What up, chat? What's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing today? What's up? What up? What up? What up? Hold on. Do you shower? What? Just from having a stream streak? Yeah, you're in the shot, buddy. You're disrespectful. Stop being disrespectful, bro. It's too early for this. You gonna ask them if they shower just because of the stream streak? You're a dickhead. You're a dickhead. Be gone. Anyways, what is up, chatters? Are we feeling it? We're feeling pretty good. There's a new patch for Tokon out. I'm about to try out. Oh man. New Tokon patch is out. Wait, why is the sub goal overlapping the fucking music thing? Oops. There we go. That sub goal is actually almost done. I never actually hit that one. That was before I started the subathon. What's today? The time for? We could definitely hit that one before the thing ends. PC port fixed? I'm about to find out. We are literally about to find out. What's up, Whiskey? How you doing? Wait, what the fuck? I'm at a guest star thing? How did I get in this? I didn't even know I was in this. Oh, there we go. Oh, my Tokon's opening. Give me a second. How's everybody's day doing? I'm about to upload the second video today. It's a hood video. I was gonna do one Tokon, one rivals, but I ended up doing two rivals on mistake. DPS players. Yeah. I mistakenly ended up doing two rivals. Yo, Asins, thanks for the 17. I appreciate it. Wait, why did the alert for that not play? Oh, I didn't put alerts on this scene. There we go. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I'll put the alert on this scene. Hold on. Be Glaze. Should be MI. When's college must start? When does college start back up for you guys? When does college start back up for y'all? sunshine. In a few weeks? Okay. That's pretty cool. Y'all excited or what? Y'all excited or what? Yo, Kami, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Hey, better I fixed it? We're about to find out. There's one way to find out. Just to try it, of course. I'll stop the TikTok stream after the shaders is done. I don't want to do it while the shaders are loading. It's gonna lag the fuck out of my thingy. What's good? What's up, man? Appreciate the follow. Now I gotta wait for this so that I can really do. There you go. There we go. Second video today's out. It's hoodie season. Oh, I didn't publish it. Fuck. Whoops. This shit didn't embed correctly. Oh. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh, I'm kind of drowsy. Kind of just woke up a while ago, like 2 hours ago. So kind of sleepy. All right, let's go. TikTok stream is up. We're good to go. Okay, so the new, well, not new, a new update came out today. Because if you didn't know, they tweeted last night saying, hold on. Why is this not working? Wait, what? It won't let me tweet the stream out. Okay, there you go. Let me tweet it. Okay, here it is. So yeah, earlier today they tweeted saying that the game is gonna go down for maintenance, and yeah, that already happened. They're improving PC stability, performance, lag, reduce frames, all that shit. So we're gonna try out this update because it's already out. If you haven't updated your PC clients, you guys should probably do that. Hopefully it's fixed, but we're about to find out. The only way to find out is by playing some matches, so let's do it.
Casual match.
I'm too scared to play ranked right now, I'm not gonna lie. I try to convince Sandra to join. Yeah, he needs to tap in, bro. Come play Black Panther.
Now for today's main event.
Well, there's a lot of people playing the game right now, but a lot of people that are playing are sponsored though. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll probably take like a slam or something to get people to be really convinced. I was doing this combo yesterday, right? Wasn't like this. It was something like that. All right, let's see if this PC client is fixed. What's this game? Tokon. Marvel Tokon. Did you do it? What is that name? They fixed issues on. I don't know. This is going to be my first match. This is my first match on Deadpool today. I don't know.
What's next?
I got a lot of magic combos though. That's what I want to do today. Definitely want a lot of magic combos today. I know her like basic stuff, but I don't use any of the portal mid combo stuff. Oh. Shrapnel spike. Feels pretty fluid. I don't see any issues. Oh wait, I have no assist. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, right, you're not supposed to use two mediums there.
Brace yourself. Round one.
How feeble of me. I am ready.
Ooh. This is lag and I don't know if it's fixed. Ooh. I don't know if it's fixed, chat. I think it runs a little better, but
And I go.
oh god, this freaking cross up. Whoa. Bro, what? He's just mashing this cross up. Still got him. He froze me, but I still got him. Oh, I could have just supered him, huh? That's all good. Oh, what the? That's not what I wanted.
Gather before me.
What? Okay, he just hurt. They'll just randomly did a solo super.
Perhaps I went a bit too. Here's my aim.
I think it's better. It's hard to tell though. I gotta play like at least 2 more matches. Let me find someone else. It's a bit too hard to tell. Where's my phone at? I need to lab magic combos. We got a high profile match coming up.
In the orange corner, with Blade at the lead.
That magic skin is crazy, by the way. The new Rivals magic skin.
In the blue corner, with Iron Man. Here are Genius.
Do you really think you can win?
I'm scared. I don't blame you.
Oh yeah, we're gonna help Eli learn today. I forgot. It's actually perfect. I'm learning magic today. He's not playing Storm. He's playing Magic. What combo should I make her learn? I should get something basic. She's completely new to fighting games, so it's gonna be kind of challenging.
If you want to stand still and let me punch you, I'm game.
I think I'll let her learn. Oh, she's gonna be on controller too, huh? Or something like this. Something like that, I guess. I think that's fine. I think this is good, but like, I'm trying to think of if I could give her something basic, more basic than that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna let her do this route. So you're like, fine, that'd be pretty cool. I don't think I can give her the portal shit though.
Yeah, hey, take your time. I'm just catching up on some emails.
Oh, I should probably write out the combo.
Moment of truth.
Ah, yeah, I should. Okay. Is there a combo maker? Like 2xKO has it? You know 2xKO has this? I wonder if there's one for Tokon yet. Like a website where you can...
If you want to stand still and let me punch you, I'm game.
Oh, I found one, I think. I gotta sign up to use this website? Bro, come on. So whack. What's up, Archie? How you doing? Give me a second. It's called combo tier because I think this will work. Okay, magic. Submit combo.
Do you really think you can win?
I have to press the game. Tokon. Easy. Basic BMB. Select character. Magic. Magica? What the? Okay. I gotta write it. How do I go back? Clear? What if I type one button wrong? Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah, this works. Okay, so how do I make her do this combo? Light, medium, crouch, medium, light, medium, crouch, medium. How am I gonna write this out?
If you wanna stand still and let me
I'd be very impressed if she's able to do this. She should be, I think. Ooh, she's gonna be using quick skill. Wait, I can't do quarter command inputs. Ah, shit. Okay, hold on. Let me plug in my regular controller. I don't think she's gonna be using command inputs. Unless she wants to. I'd be very shocked if she wants to do command inputs. No way she's gonna want to do command inputs, right? Chad, do you guys think she's gonna want to do command inputs? There's no shot, right? Knowing her though, she likes a challenge, so she probably will. Is my controller working? What the fuck are the controls on controller? Yeah, she's gonna want to. Bro. Okay, maybe I should write it. I should write both of them. Maybe I should write both of them. How do you do triangles medium on controller? What's heavy? R1 is heavy? How the fuck do I jump? There's no jump button. Oof. This is how you dash? You sold your soul to play shitty fighters? If I sold my soul, what? How'd I sell my soul to play shitty fighters? That's crazy, Rage Bait. If I was making more money playing Roblox, then how did I sell my soul? That make no sense. That's crazy, Rage Bait. So what button is quick skill? L2 is quick skill? Neutral is fireball. Forward quick skill is DP. How do I? Oh, these bombs are kind of. Oh yeah, I'd definitely switch these. I'd probably switch L2 and L1. Cause why is it? How do you reset on training on fucking controller? Wait, what? Is this quick skill? It's supposed to be quick skill plus heavy, right?
I'm just catching up on some emails.
Trying to scrap? No more. No, I'm busy right now. I'm on PS5 control. Yeah, I'm on a PS5 controller. This shit feels so jank. This shit feels so jank. What is it for super? Isn't it unique? What's the unique button? Unique plus quick skill? There it is. Okay, that bind doesn't feel that bad. Darkness is my domain. Yeah, she's gonna want a challenge. Okay, I'll write the combo out in regular notation. If she wants to use quick skill, then I'll write it in the other one. I'll be very shocked though if she wants to use command inputs though. That would catch me off guard. I'll tell you that. I'm gonna make her do this combo with magic. After I see the basics, it's gonna be this one. It'll be this. That's it. Is that too much? Is that his all? I'll just pan him. Maybe I do like what the fuck? I'm not, bro. No, no. I don't know. Oh wait, you have to do a super jump. Oh wait, no, I don't think she can do this combo. I'm trying to think of a. This might be too hard for her as well. Fuck, hold on.
I'm just catching up on some emails.
Maybe I do. Yeah, okay, that's an alt. Yo, just get this guy out of here. That is an alt. That's an alt, bro. That's an alt, bro. That is the least obvious alt, bro. 5M, 2M, 2 4M. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. Okay, I think I should be able, she should be able to do this, I think. The least obvious ult.
If you wanna stand still and let me punch you, I can.
Okay, it'll be this. I'm telling you, bro, they're obsessed. It's bad, bro. It's bad. That shit is like a cult fan base. Like, those dudes are too obsessed with me. Like, let it go, bro. I'm never coming back to Roblox. That shit is not healthy, bro. Like, what's gonna happen when y'all lose a loved one? Like, holy shit. I don't even know you. If you're this attached, like, that's like, I don't know. Okay, yeah, I think she could do this combo. This. Should I give her one with assist? Or actually, I think we should take it one at a time. This. There we go. That works. What are you making the combos for? Lai's gonna learn Tokon today.
If you wanna stand still and let me punch you, I can.
That's gonna be pretty funny. Shit, no, I'm not gonna teach her straight into combos. Hell no. This is gonna be like last. Okay, so light, medium.
Systems compromised. Likely. If you wanna stand still and let me punch you, I can.
Okay, let's do medium, crouch medium, and
If you wanna stand still and let me punch you, I can.
Hold on. I can't say 214M. She's not gonna understand that. How the fuck do you do this again? Isn't it? Then like how do you write this? Cause I haven't wrote notation in a long time. And then quick skill medium, right? Quick skill back medium, right? Let me see what it looks like. Yeah, it's quick skill back medium. Okay. Yo, her brain's gonna explode. Like, I'm just thinking this, that her brain's gonna explode, bro. Her brain's gonna explode. Holy shit. Yo, her brain's gonna explode even from this, probably. Holy shit. Okay. I'm trying my hardest to break this down. And then forward quick skill medium. Forward medium quick skill, yeah. Forward medium quick skill. This shit's gonna be so funny, bro. Forward quick skill medium. So it'll look like this. I don't think I'm gonna put this part in yet. I think I should test if she's able to do this first. Not the assist part yet. One at a time. Oops. I do medium, or heavy. Okay, I'm gonna just give her heavy.
Do you wanna stand still and let me punch you on game?
Okay, that's the perfect start. This is what she's gonna start with. This is the perfect question. Yeah, that guy's making ults. Oh my god, that guy's crazy. And what is wrong with this kid? Tekken is my main fighting game. Tekken's your main fighting game. What's going on? There's like 3 weirdos. Heavy.
Yeah, hey, take your time. I'm just catching up on some emails.
Why not do the super though? Why's not doing the super? What's wrong with this input? She can do super input. That's literally just 2 buttons. It's supposed to be this, but it's not coming out for some reason. Tokon has a 2-button super input. Look, I'm pressing U and quick skill. It's 1-button super. If I want level 3, forward U and quick skill. She can do that. Well, there's no way she can't do that. Now, if she wants to do the command input, that's different. Heavy. So I'm gonna do heavy. What's the assist button? A? The fuck?
Do you really think you can win?
Heavy A. and medium. I think that should be it. So if you put all this together, it should look like so we should just match medium at the end there.
Systems compromised. Likely.
I would say heavy. Oh shit. I forgot to instantly put you in form. If you do the heavy auto combo, it'll instantly go into install and super. As opposed to everyone else having to do it like this. Having to do it normal way.
If you want to stand still and let me punch you, I'm game. Backup system.
Let's try this. Why is it not doing the super at the end? Damn, that thing actually puts so much scaling on it.
That was neat. Damage check.
Oops, I'm doing the wrong combo.
Backup.
Damn, it's really just not putting the super at the end. Okay, do I have to manually do it? No. Well, I mean, that works, but like...
Damage.
Oh, that doesn't work. Damn. Okay, so she can't even super at the end there. I want to give her a combo that has super in it. When am I playing Rivals? Later. It adds so much scaling. Okay. I see the Spider-Man movie. Yeah, those are good. Medium. I think she can do this. Okay. Medium. If she wants super at the end, she's gonna have to manually do it. I'm not gonna lie, because she needs to get used to doing the manual input.
I'm just Catching up on some emails.
What is it again? You and quick skill. Was it quick skill you? So I'll just press both. Has to be quick skill you. Okay, it has to be quick skill you, because if you do you and quick skill, then if she does you and quick skill, it's gonna summon the portal. It's gonna do this instead of doing this. It's gonna look like gibberish to her. It won't. Well, I'm gonna have to explain it, obviously. Now, if she wants to command input version, now that will look like gibberish. I can make this look like gibberish if you want. Okay, so I got 3 combos. I'm gonna start her off with this. Oops. Dude, I'm fucking it up. Yo, why am I fucking this up? I'm gonna start off with that, and then if she's able to do that, I'm gonna get her this. That's the second one. And if she's able to do that, oops. I'll give her this. But even in neutral, she can still just do stuff like this. I mean, that's just mashing the medium auto combo. And then the heavy one, of course. That's a low milk. How do you summon it behind him again? Hold on. I always forget how to do it. Hold on. It was in down forward. Yeah, it's down forward.
If you want to stand still and let me punch you.
Can you go into training mode with someone like 2 scale in this game? Is that a thing? Do you know what teammate? Hell no. You can? How do you do that? How do you even do that? Make a lobby. There's no training mode in lobby, is there? Justin was teaching Arsenal? That's pretty cool.
Room match.
Monk. Is this it? Oh, this is it. Those are bold words with someone ducking the tournaments. It just wasn't working anyway, but still. Battle.
Training. Select your characters.
Did they fix the fucking loadouts, or are we still getting trolled? Hell no, they didn't fix it.
Magic.
Hell no, they didn't fix it, bro.
Blade. Magneto.
I think I might learn Iron Man, chat. I like his beam assist a lot. I might put Iron Man back in. Who would I take out though, Loki or Mag? I like Magneto.
Next matchup in the challenge.
Oh, hang out. Iron Man's beam assist is so good, bro.
Yeah, here, take your time.
Wait, where's the?
I'm just catching up on some emails.
I was gonna do something, but I don't remember. Oh, I should write the combo in gibberish. If she wants to, if she actually wants to do that, I'd be very surprised though. Oh wait, I'm not writing the thingies. I'm writing this wrong.
Do you really think you can win?
Bro, she's not doing this, bro. Teach someone Ally wants to learn Tokon. She's not doing this, bro. Look at this compared to, hold on.
If you want to stand still and let me punch you, I'm game.
Look at that compared to this, bro. I'm gonna show her both of these and she's gonna be like, what? She is not doing that shit, bro. She is not doing this shit, bro. She's not, dog. She could do this. She's not doing it like this, though. There's just no shot. If she is somehow able to do DP input consistently on her first fighting game, I'm going to lose my shit. Cause there's no way. What should we be doing inputs? What's she using? Put on. I am gonna put on Quicksilver, but the thing is, she likes a challenge. Like, I'm hard-headed, but she's hard-headed. Yeah. If she finds out what command inputs are, she's not gonna want to switch. She's not gonna want to switch, bro. She's not gonna want to switch. If you even tell her it does less damage, it's over, bro. I'm gonna tell her, but like, yo, the only quick skill thing I use is the super one for level 3. That's it. This one, that's the only one I use. Everything else I use manually. Like this and this, I use it manually. I'm not doing half circle back 4. You can eat a dick. I'm not doing that shit. Do not tell. No, I'm gonna tell her. I'm not doing half circle back forward. Key to dick. That input needs to get fucking deleted from fighting games. This is the only one I'm gonna write out. And then if she wants the rest, I'll keep putting more, but like, I mean, I'll translate the other ones to that, but I highly doubt she's gonna want to use this. But I'll be surprised. I never understood the point of going to the lab. I play off pure instinct, and that's why you lose a lot. Yeah, I just know you lose a lot. I'm sorry, but I have to say, I just know you be losing your brains out, bro. No, she don't play no fighting games. I just know you be losing. Talking about something, I don't see the point of going to the lab in a fighting game. I just know you be getting your ass beat. I just know you. Yo, your cousin with a smash cup be beating the dog shit out of you. I just know he do. When he play Ganondorf or some shit, beating the brakes off you. I just know he do. Ooh, I just know he do. Ah, fuck. For the love versus fighting game.
Yeah, hey, take your time. I'm just catching up on some emails.
I want to learn some of the team. Do you accept plays Doom over Mag and Hulk over Loki? I had Doom over Mag in the first beta.
Here's my aim.
Too ignorant to lab. Let me lab this magic combo I wanted to learn. Which one was it? Who said I play out pure instinct? He plays off pure ass whoopery. I gotta find which one I want to use. Oh, this is a cool one. Forward heavy? This works. Oh, that's a cool one. Run out, say that Azir Ghost Rider is the most cancer shit I played. Azir? What's wrong with it? Oh, this is a cool combo. The blue ones? I can't see shit. Turn that setting on. What's that shit? Here it is right here. Wait, no, where is it? There's a setting where you can lock the enemy skins to default. That shit is heat. I don't know where it is though. I literally saw it yesterday. I literally saw it yesterday in the queue thing. Why is it not here? Probably because I'm not queued, or it should be in matching settings. It was literally here. I don't know where the fuck this shit is anymore. It's somewhere though. If I find it, I'll screenshot and send you it. I know for a fact it's in the game though. It was literally here. Battle settings, that's why. Here it is. There it is. It's right here. It's right there. Choose to replace certain colors for online battle. Display the default colors instead. Opponent color restrictions on. Just turn that shit on. No more colors. No more mutants. Hey, yo. Bro said no more mutants. I got on the portal shit. Okay. That combo is easy. I need some harder shit.
Yeah, hey, take your time. I'm just catching up on some emails.
DP, heavy assist, cool. Okay. Oops, this is the wrong side of the screen. So I do DP. I can just text privacy in the corner.
Backup system. That was neat.
Well, how does this go?
Likely.
Which DP is this?
I'm just catching up on some emails.
204M. Oh. Five H 214M. Okay.
Damage check. Not bad.
I can call the portal. Why did you switch to Magnet? I think it's probably better synergy. I find him more boring than Doom. And Doom more swag. That's because Mag's back assist is really good. I like Mag's back assist. This shit? Oh, wait. They're not in the right order, but hold on.
Leave this to me.
Oops, hold on. Switch to Magic.
There, hey, take your time.
This shit is fire. Because you can get crossups with it. Shrapnel spike.
Here's my aim.
You get an easy cross up in the corner too if they're blocking. That shit is heat. Because this thing can pull out the corner. Stuff like that, you know. Oops. But yeah, you get my point. Like, you can literally just pull people out the corner.
Here's my aim. There's no escape. Cannot resist.
Stuff like that. Cannot resist.
I warned you. I'm coming. Asgard is weak. Master now.
I'm your master now. Okay, let me finish doing this combo. Wait, so I'm supposed to do oh, stop blocking, dude.
That was neat.
Like that? For oh, 236M and teleport. Fuck. Oh, it doesn't work if I do it out of combo, huh?
There, hey, take your time. I'm just catching up on some emails.
Yes, it doesn't work if I do it out of combo. What's up here? I'm so used to doing that.
Backup system.
Do I do heavy? Oh, yeah, it is heavy. Oh, that's why this isn't working.
Backup system.
Alright, there's a storm outside. If my power goes out, you guys know why. Fuck. Am I doing this wrong? Storm outside where? This gooner.
Do you really think you can win?
Is there a delay on this?
There, hey, take your time. I'm just catching up on some emails.
Now do that then. Okay. I'm not. I'm doing this wrong.
System stable.
Asgard is weak.
Backup systems go.
Damn, why is the timing on that so tight? There we go.
System stable.
Got it. Got it. Nice. That's not bad. That's not bad. Kind of reminds me of the mid screen when I was doing. How did it go? I like this one. Why the fuck did that drop? Oh, I did heavy. Pretty good, no? Oh, that was combo timeout too, damn. Okay, I'm getting used to doing it. So can I, that means I can extend this, right? Sick. We're playing with portals today. We're playing with portals today, chat. Not bad. Just gotta be faster. Just gotta be faster. Gotta be stronger. I don't know what to do with that yet. But oh, I do know what to do. I have to do this and then call the portal. Supposed to do this and then like dunk on them after they get hit by the second flame pillar. I haven't practiced it yet though. I'll practice it later. I don't want to practice it now. I got used to using the regular portal shit first. All right, let's play Magic. Pink Magic? Let's use default, I guess. Let's use the pink Magic. Loki assist. I like Blade in the back. That Blade assist in the back is fire. I love that one. Raging Demon. You blade back, bro. That should be sandwiching people. Look at this. Look at this assist. Hold on. That shit is a sandwich, bro. If they're blocking, that shit is heat. Wait, why am I on blade? That shit is heat, no? Why is he not switching? There we go. Stuff like that. Yeah, it's like Yasuo assist. It's just a free sandwich. Oh, I had a match. Whoops. Carnage, bro. Carnage does so much fucking damage, bro. That character is scary. A wise decision.
Oh. Brace yourself.
I await your call. Magic. Are you beyond me? Give thanks. What aim? What's next? What aim? What aim? Pardon me. Won't get away with this.
What the fuck? Metallic might. Storm request today? No. That's Lockbond Daily stuff going on, remember? Did he ult me? Oh shit, he did.
And power at you have ceased to amuse me. Be gone. Awake from your wise decision.
Oh, he blocked that? Damn, okay. Wow, he blocked everything. That's impressive. He blocked everything. Okay. That was pretty impressive, I can't lie. Oops. Oh, that didn't work for some reason. Ah, I got crossed. Sheesh. Okay. Nice. Oh, no way. Don't blink. I almost messed up. No way, drop my combo. That was too close.
Probably.
Winner, player one. Brace yourself. Round one.
Oh shit. It's exactly what I thought, chat. Hold on. Oops. You overhead. What's up, Huntress? The patch? Shit is still ass, I think. I think this shit is still ass. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's still bad. It's improved a little, but I think it's still ass. You went low? What the? Okay, that caught me off guard. That's not good. Oh, is that his? What is that? I don't even know what that is. Crossed up.
This is out of your league. Here's my aim.
I see the move. Right. What aim? I see the move.
No, it inverted my input. I knew he would do that, but okay. It inverted my input since he crossed me up. I forgot to invert my own input since he inverted my input from crossing me up. Fucking dude, that cross up is. That cross up was annoying. That cross up is actually so annoying. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't think he's hit me in a single neutral interaction with Blade other than throwing mistakes. God damn it. Oh my god, he has not won a single neutral interaction. The steak merchant. I should have just blocked. If I blocked that shit, he just minus.
Brace yourself.
What's up, Yaspart? Or thanks for the 260. Oh, that's plus. What the? That's my streak. Streak Shmeek. You don't need it. Streaks are cosmetic anyway. Okay, well, they're not cosmetic, but you get my point. God damn it, I blocked it. I thought you can't cross the people in the corner with that move. Oh, this guy, he grabbed me. Okay. What's my reflecting to come out?
I am ready.
Gargoyle's Blades a buff. Yes.
Here's my aim. There's no escape. There's no escape. I'm your master now. Incredibly.
You mashed? Holy balls, this guy. The balls on this guy. He's just randomly mashing? That doesn't work. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
This is mine. Asgard is with you. Pardon me. The embers are cool. A wise decision.
Oh my fucking god, can I hit this guy?
You need my help. How that be? Metallic might. Right.
Bro, he just mashes at the randomest time. That guy's crazy. Bro, this guy got balls.
Here's my aim. Give that guy. You need my help.
My man got balls.
You need my help. And now, Loki. You need my help.
Whoa, what the fuck is happening? Ready? All right. Oh man.
Now, future believers. Here's my aim. You might let the rain fall. How that be? A wise decision. I see the move. Are you beyond? You need my help.
That works. Oh, jeez, bro. Yo, my man mashes at the randomest of times, bro. My man is bold. You just be doing a block shot, he would just mash like anything. He was put down Sony. Put down Sony is crazy. Oh, Lordy. What a game, bro. What a game. I'll call you on Discord. Hold on. I see your gameplay. I see you solo a lot. So you should flank. Should I get as many kills? Wait, what? What am I reading? When I see your gameplay, I see you solo a lot. I thought you should flank and try to get as many as you can. Wait, you're talking to me? Oh, it's my when I play Blade. So you should flank and try to get as many healer. It's like it's very situational. Like Blade gets out really fast, so I solo out people a lot, but like it's just purely preference. Oh shit. What up?
Hi.
What you eating?
Pickles.
Pickles.
Mm-hmm. So, I want to learn the command inputs in Tokon.
Whoa. What are you talking about? What are you talking
I want to
about?
learn the command
No, slow down. Wait a second. Who told you about that? Why do you know? You don't know what that is.
It was suggested to me.
From who? You don't even know what that is. You can't. Well, we're not playing tonight anyway. Who? Me?
I know what it is.
No, you don't. We're not even playing this today anyway. Your game doesn't work, so it doesn't matter. Chat, her game doesn't work, so we can't even play this today. Wait, what happens when you open it? What does it do?
It's just, it's like slow. Like
Figured.
pretty slow.
Yeah, okay, yeah. The FPS is too low. The client is still fried on PC.
The command inputs does more damage than quick skills.
Oh my fucking yo, chat. Who did this? Which one of you guys did this shit, bro? I don't.
Hey, K-Rogue, how are you doing?
I don't think you're gonna enjoy command inputs. How about that?
Well, you don't know till we try. No, I'm not, Rack.
Nah, somebody set me up. Somebody set me up.
I'm genuinely asking.
Sure.
You're my coach, right?
I'm no coach. I'm just a helper. I'm just a friendly helper. I could find the perpetrator. Yeah, find me the perpetrator. Bring me his head now. Who did it?
Hey, Rogue. Please refrain anything from personal life, please.
Who did it? Is it YG?
Also, what's your name? Cause I don't know.
Low-key might have been YG. I'm blaming YG. Until somebody's head is brought to justice, YG's getting blamed. What account? We're doing mains, or what are we doing again?
We are on the alt. You're funny if I'm gonna play Blade on my main.
Oh, we're doing that. I forgot about that. Yeah, I have a sub goal idea for you.
Okay.
Don't read it out loud. Hold on. Your sub goal, not mine. I'll do it with you though. I randomly thought of this earlier. I think it would be pretty funny.
I'm trying to edit this.
It's kind of a sick one though. At least it could lead to, well, it depends on how it goes. Where's my account at?
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yes. That could be your next sub goal if you want. Okay. So which one of your three I gotta play?
Let's see. It would be Invis. I'm not putting C&D up there. That's just way too easy. I guess Invis, Jubilee. Damn, I really don't play the others that much.
I mean, you play Luna. I was thinking Invis, Jubilee, Luna.
Yeah, you could do Invis, Jubilee, Luna. Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, if I have to fill tank, what tank do you play that I play? What is that, like Thing, Mag, and...
Go Cap, Mag, and Groot. Wait, no.
The hell?
Venom's up there as well.
Bet. You found out who told a lie? Yes, bring his head to justice now, ASAP.
No. No one told me.
Is this whoever it is? Probably got revenge on me for telling you to raise the channel points or something.
Should we enable this sub goal right now or later?
I mean, sure, go for it. It's a Nuzlocke. I already have a sub goal in right now, so I can't put another one. My sub goal right now is, what is my sub goal? Resident Evil 8, I think.
Stream elements.
Yeah, this one's almost done, chat. The RE8 sub goal is almost done.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
I just like bookmark the thing.
You want to share chats?
Yeah, sure. Hold on. We got. Take my jacket off.
I'm gonna add this sub goal right now. Guys, this looks like it's gonna be fun.
Also, chat. Like I said, my power. Oh wait, I should be telling you this. My power might go out because there is a storm outside. If it goes out, ready to lie, and I'm out of here. I'll try and come back.
All right.
Oh, we found the culprit. Ah, noted. Noted. Wait, you got him in 4K?
There is no culprit. There is no culprit.
Got him in 4K?
Thank you for the follow, Reaper.
Yo, that's crazy.
We're gonna be duoing.
Bro. Okay, I'm gonna show you two things, two pictures. Which one looks more simple to you? These are both the same combo.
Is this on a keyboard?
I don't think you can play it on keyboard. Can you? Well, you could, but
Yeah,
you're gonna use on controller. You gotta play on controller. I don't think you should play on keyboard.
Okay.
I mean, you could. It's just I wouldn't do it. But I have done it before, so I don't know. I can't say that. M is medium, H is heavy, quick skill is skill button. You see how it's like pointing the direction? Make sure you wash your hands before you shake hands. Wait, what?
Who are you? Whoa.
What?
I think the simpler one is the second one.
Oh, no, you don't. Hey, bro. Alright, whatever. Yeah, alright, bro. Yeah, okay. Who's doing this? Someone is trolling. Either she watched my VOD, because I talked about this earlier. I don't know if you were there. You shouldn't have been. There's just no way you were.
I was.
No, you were not.
Mm-hmm.
Yo. Whatever. It's your funeral. Cue it up.
Oh wait. Let's go to practice first.
Oh, okay. I clickbait. How'd I clickbait it? It says Tokon first or I was after. How'd I clickbait you?
Okay. So you're playing.
Oh, it's not the right category. Whoops.
I'm learning who Elsa. Damn, I forgot the other two. What the hell?
Psylocke Blade.
Elsa Psylocke Blade. Oh, Psylocke. Okay.
I don't mind Phoenix as well. I like Phoenix. Yo, what's up, Dabo?
This is the last one.
Elsa, Psylocke, Phoenix, Blade.
I forgot the combo for Elsa. Also, what team up are you using? The Dino one?
Dino. Always Dino. What's up, Dabo?
Smoke out. Oh.
You may not have been a monster yet, Hood, but you were close enough.
Okay, so when you put the trap down, anyone that's in the circle gets stunned by it. Like, it's just anyone. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I walk near the circle, yeah, you get stunned. You know how that works. The combo is E click. Hold on.
You were close enough.
Oh, E click, E click.
There.
You may not have been a monster yet, Hood, but you were close enough. Got you good.
There you go. If you're
That's it?
if if you're 100% accurate, you can just hold your mouse down.
Okay.
And then after that, like, you can shift in the air as well. If they're not dead after that, you can right click. Just remember that your shotgun, like after you use your E or your shift, the shotgun does % damage. So this thing can shred tanks.
Oh, okay. What does my right click do?
That's the living bullet thingy. The damage over time bullet that can catch people while they're invisible, and it marks people. If you shoot someone that's marked, it gives you movement speed boost.
Okay. Okay. Wait, that was pretty simple.
Yeah, that's about it.
It's log DPS and don't swap. That's the plan.
That's about it, I think.
Okay.
I think the rest, good luck with Psylocke and Blade.
You're not gonna teach me some.
Oh, I
some
can
Psylocke
if you
Blade?
want. Which one do you want to do?
Actually, I think I played a little bit of Psylocke. That was so long ago.
Okay, well, the combo with Psylocke is.
Hold on. I'm choosing her team up button.
Starlight 250 chat?
Yeah.
It is 250.
I guess for her, it's just play style.
You still need another
Changing
combo
my play
though.
style for her. Okay.
Combo is left click, right click, left click. Remember that her primary is 2 shots.
Left click, right click, left click.
Yeah, so it's.
Can I
in
hold my left
between-
click and then right click at the same time?
Yeah,
No,
but
I
you
can't.
want. Well, you can, but you want to let both shots connect of the primary before you cancel it into a skill. So
Okay.
the one combo is primary. Oh, well, you got it.
Sorry.
Primary, right click, primary. That kills
Oh,
250.
primary right click, like okay.
Yeah, because you have to pull it back.
Ooh, what does this orb give me? Hold on.
Oh, that.
Restores my health.
If CND is there. If she's not there, it just makes it so that, like, okay, so you know how, like, when you right click, you pull it back, right, and it gives you blue life. Did you know that you can turn your camera and then, like, look at something else and it'll go to where that person is and then pull it back? Like, shoot the floor to right click and then look at Gambit.
Oh, okay, like a.
Yeah, it
like
like
a
goes to
ricochet?
it goes to the direction and pulls it back. Same thing with your shift. If you use your right click and then you shift at it, it'll pull the shurikens back.
Okay.
But so basically what I'm trying to show you is that your right click, when you use the C team up, it pulls the right click back as well. Same thing with your shift.
Ooh.
Just like if you put the like combo together, it looks like stuff like that. But I didn't let both hits connect for it to one shot. But I think you should use the Emma team up.
Fast.
The Emma team up is more good for
Oh,
new
the
players.
double?
Yeah, it sends a clone out, but it got buffed because it dashes now. This will confuse people a lot.
I'm just trying to understand this right click a bit better. So if I look elsewhere and then look at the target, it's gonna come back to them.
Yeah, it'll just go like if you look behind you or look over there, it'll like look at the
Okay. I
wall
see.
or something or another wall. It'll like
Yeah.
pull it. Yeah. It's really cool. But I mean, yeah, you know her passive. It just the more she primaries, the lower her cooldowns go. Yeah, most of
That
your
shit
damage comes from
pretty
that.
slow.
What?
Okay.
Your passive?
No, the right click.
Yeah, you're supposed
like
to keep
shooting
shooting stuff.
elsewhere.
Yeah, you just gotta keep
Oh, yeah,
shooting
yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
If you keep
okay.
shooting stuff, it'll come back really fast. Like for example, I'm switching to group thing. Yeah. Yeah, just use your right click and then like keep shooting him. You'll see you get your cooldowns back really fast. Oh, he's right there.
Here they come now.
But you want to shoot your right click at people. You don't want to just shoot at a wall, of course.
Oh, okay, okay.
What a disgrace.
They basically always do that.
Should we go over Blade yet, or like,
That might be too much information for you to.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
All right, yeah, cue it up.
Although, yeah, Elsa and Psylocke aren't that. Their combos aren't that difficult. Straight.
They're not that difficult, but you might forget your binds. Or
No,
will
I
you?
won't.
You said that for like the last 3 nights, by the way.
Okay, those are for the characters I play, though. I can't forget them because I'm learning them. And I haven't really played these characters.
Sure. I need some advice. Is it worth getting Tokon? On console, not on PC. PC's fried. They put out a fix today, but it's still kind of, yeah.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
It's literally like
Let's try Elsa
cooked.
first.
I'm here to
Where's this Luna Snow at? Do you want to be Luna or
darkness. Now,
do we Invis?
who am I gonna banish from this
If it
match?
doesn't get banned or taken.
Whoever bans Invis is like throwing.
Who do you not want to fight? It's DPS.
Who counters Elsa? And Psylocke.
Psylocke would be Daredevil Loki. Definitely should probably ban Daredevil, but Elsa, I wouldn't say anything really counters her. Oh, nothing really counters other than I guess like Punisher will shoot her ult, but you remember how the ult works, right? Okay.
Oh, pick me! Pick me!
Yeah, no one really counters Elsa other than the other Elsas. Bucky, yeah, Bucky can melt her Glawtrops thing, but not that bad.
So it's just anyone that destroys her ult pretty fast. But they don't really like counter her base kit.
Guys, I'm not really a tank player, I'm just saying, so if I could hop on a DPS world, that would be amazing.
Just triple DPS.
Hold on.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Oh, I'm really a DPSer if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy, but I
Sorry, what'd you say?
That guy is so county.
Goddamn say?
Whoa,
What'd you say,
County.
Chump?
What?
that accent is crazy. You have voice chat muted, don't you?
No, I hear it.
Oh,
I muted
That
the
is it.
people in that other
Tripping
map.
out
Oh,
there.
okay, okay.
What the fuck you mean,
Yeah.
Rudder?
my man got a crazy southern accent.
Umbra spelling. Umbra spelling.
Sheesh.
Hey, no, you said it. You did it wrong, Black. It's with 2 C's.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You built like my Pomeranian's penis, dude. Like,
What?
Whoa.
Built like a
what?
what?
we're going there. Hey, y'all ready? Y'all ready?
Oh, they're a duo, that's why.
We'll talk.
Oh, okay.
Bet.
But how'd you know that?
Ready. I'm
Their
fucking
names.
ready. Yo,
Like
this the
brothers or
trial fire
something.
plan, so y'all do good.
Clan.
Y'all can all join.
What the?
Baby, we gonna lay this shit, nigga.
Like the moon.
Be recruiting for the next MRC.
All you need to do is
Yo,
count
guys,
down.
guys, guys, guys.
Say that one, buddy. You're about to
Yeah,
get
I
voice
know,
banned.
I know, dude. It's slim. The AI's gonna get me. God, it's gonna be like, dude,
My
I'm already
God, what am I listening to?
to?
Evan Namor, what was that? Invis?
It's not gonna happen.
Oh, Emma's already used her brush. Okay.
There's a Psylocke behind us.
A nice deep freeze.
Look at Mag. Look at Emma. Look at Emma. Look at Emma.
Oh, that CC immunity is broken.
Squid.
It's okay.
Off the flanker. They're down 2. Walk up.
Damn, I froze that girl. She just insta died. That's so sad.
Mortal bubble. He's fucking dead.
Yo, I just made it all cloak CD.
Nice kill.
Thank you.
Not me.
I needed that. I like the cold. I don't have
Damn, hold on.
Oh my god, I didn't think I'd get that.
Bruh. Yo. Some hidden potential?
Yeah, good staggers, good staggers.
Yo, can you guys make sure I don't get banned and say I'm a really good
I
teammate?
think he said it quiet enough. For
Wait, chat, it wasn't a joke. Eli's Ellis is crazy. It wasn't a joke. Remember when I was playing Eli on with her name chat?
Wild AI. You might be slow.
Oh, they're down healer. Fuck. We're down both healers.
Get ready to defend.
Oh, this guy's.
Can you guys peel? I'm gonna kill him more.
Keep capturing
Dead.
half of the mission area. Keep going.
That poor girl. I keep freezing her.
Oh, that's so sad.
She keeps trying to dive
Oh my
me.
god, that's
Hey,
sad.
fellas, you recovered
Your
it,
freezes
fam.
are good.
That's not my, no, low key her movement is pretty bad. Like she's literally just standing there. Well, not standing there, but like not constantly moving. She's like moving in a predictable pattern. Froze ammo.
I'll blow my whistle. I'll blow my whistle.
That definitely helps.
This Sawa coming back here again.
Look, I'm gonna break this portal so we're good, okay, guys? There's one lurking up here. There's one lurking up top.
Look at the shot rock.
Oh, I was just.
Look at what?
Oh my god, ultimate Mag.
You can still die, Mag.
Oh, Mag killed me. I don't have, I mean I have ult, but he killed me before I could do it. It's actually good I didn't do it.
Don't worry, I'll take them all down. Take them all down.
Nice, good job. Let's go team.
Bro might be the winner soldier.
Nah, do not buy Tokon on PC until they fix it. Yeah, don't.
Dude, you're not getting recruited with that kind of whatever the fuck that was.
It's not a good idea. Don't do it. Where's the Mantis gameplay? Eli doesn't play Mantis.
That one not hit him, bro.
It's like my impression.
We switched mains today, chat. I'm playing her main, she's playing mine.
Chat. This is fucking.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Did you put the sub goal in?
You don't happen to have a backup helmet you could spare.
Eli?
Handsome.
Yeah, I did. You don't hear me?
I mean, I do now. I don't know if you were talking the entire end of the match after you died.
For an authentic piece like that. And I'd
Oh.
in on the deal.
Micro's probably muted.
I think I was.
Battle starts in 5.
No, I was talking.
You're gonna like Luna? This is your true role strategist.
Oh, I
Strategist?
not Squirrel Girl. Wait, you know what? For real, ditch?
Got it?
You don't play Squirrel Girl.
No, you.
That's not a character you play.
No, you play Squirrel Girl sometimes. Last
Oh.
resort, Squirrel Girl and Plat or Diamond.
Oh, I did that yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, that match was over, so I just started dicking around. Like, I knew we were not gonna win that shit.
Oh, damn.
That poor girl.
Oh my god.
I froze her again.
Just exploded on them.
What the fuck?
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm not gonna let that girl kill me.
Yo, dude, what are
That
you
was a
doing?
high control at all.
I'm not gonna let that girl kill me. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're not recruited, bro.
Not recruited is crazy. That's crazy, bro. Bro, we're winning together, bro. Y'all just gonna kick me out? That's messed up.
Yes, your drop. You were never in, dude.
That's
You never
crazy,
even
bro.
considered.
You don't like snow, bro? Come on, bro. Yeah, they just betrayed me, bro. That's crazy. Froze him.
Damn it, I had to reload.
Oh my god, I'm juicing. I'm juicing. So hard.
See what the hell I need all for these guys.
Well, at least they're not trying to run away. They're like not
Get
staggering.
over here.
Did you hear this guy? I'm
This
dead.
guy, bro.
The mission area. Keep going.
Please, KLFF. Please. Do you do it here? Probably
One's going point. One's going point. One's
twist it
going
again,
point,
or
one's going point.
I don't know.
You help me like
I'll go bold for good. I'll go bold if you go bold.
Basic Black Cat's bridge to steal people's Oy vey.
Anyone part of the BGC? Punchers, you part of the BGC, right?
They're part of like.
I do.
See, literally,
Oh,
what
my.
I
He's
right
dropped from the
there.
clan.
What's the BGC? The
He's
Bald
dropped.
Gamers Club. Oh, pull it back, pull it back.
Aw.
You forgot to pull it back.
Yeah, I did.
No wait, I'm gonna. Jubilee dropping. Jubilee dropping. Jubilee dropping. No!
My guy's hella dead. Oh, that was easy.
Yo, bro. Yo.
Well, the game's over. You're gonna drop her too?
Is that game?
If
Oh, it is
I
game.
shoot
My
you,
bad,
you're
my
in the
bad. Hey, my
clan.
bad, my bad.
Buy my house yet? No, but I know I'm
Wait, I
gonna go
shot
see
that
now.
dude.
I know the city
Fuck.
finally.
Another epic victory.
Slowly narrowed it down to a city. Oh yeah, you're back on Tokon, yeah? Oh man. Probably. When can Raijin move in? With me? What the? Why me? He moving with you. Why's it gotta be me? Can't afford shit? Bro, you're like a rich Chinese princess or some shit. I forgot what you said. But you can afford that shit, bro. Lock in.
We're going against them.
Which hero do you think you
Are we? Damn.
Yeah.
Should we ban their character? Nah, I'm joking. I don't think they play anything crazy anyway. It's not worth it.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon.
Did I do Luna or
now? Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Chad? Do y'all want Luna, Invis, or Jubilee? I'm not rich. I'm just Chinese. So now wait. So now we're moving the goalpost. That's crazy. Invis. Shout out to Invis.
Huntress, that's actually a funny ass comment.
She's not just Chinese. She's capping. She be gatekeeping. She be gatekeeping.
Oh my god.
Chinese mob money is crazy. Okay, hold on. You in the mob hunters?
Hold on. I gotta go, I'm boiling up potato right now.
You're blowing up a potato. Okay.
Boiling.
It dead ass sounded like you said blowing up a potato. She's Yakuza? Oh shit.
You'll need a
My bad. Let
top-notch
me watch what I
team to
say.
win this one.
You're 6'2" into Yakuza? Oh, which one y'all said you wanted? Y'all wanted Jubilee shot?
Cover your ears.
Sure. Actually, I'll do Invis because we gotta team up.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
They fixed Tokon PC a little bit, but it's definitely not enough. How'd the potato?
30 seconds before you
How's the
attack.
potato?
Get ready.
Well, I turned it off, so it's just cooling down.
You got out of the astral.
Mm-hmm. What you gonna do with the potato?
I'm not entirely certain where I got
I'm gonna eat it?
There's a
Like, with what though? Like, just gonna
Oh.
eat a potato?
Well, I have some chili oil over here. I didn't really have any time to cook, so
That's your day off. Why
that's
don't you
gonna
just
be
cook?
In 5, 4,
because I don't have a lot of time.
Oh, fair enough.
all you
Yeah.
need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I ended up like sleeping pretty late, sadly.
I slept at 11, I think.
Oh, she dead.
Yeah, I slept
Okay.
at like 11 a.m. I actually was able to binge Game of Thrones today, finally.
Bro.
Kill this guy.
No. Oh, that was so well planned. Hey, would you play off angles with Elsa?
You could.
She's just better on the front.
You can. You can do both. Do either or. I pulled Groot. Where are you?
Ooh, I went up
Oh, right
to
there.
there. This rocket's DPS and it's also half.
Fall back, well dead. Oh,
Also, one of your mains, we're just testing her out. Me and Infer are swapping mains right now.
Oh yeah, I should have showed you can B-hop with your E. The smoke part or whatever. Yeah, you can like turn around and like B-hop with it. I'll show you later.
Okay. What the?
Did you get ulted? What
Okay, I'm
happened
not
to you?
gonna off angle. I went to the left and there was a nest and I immediately died in the nest.
Be like that?
Not the nest, the Elsa trap.
Oh man.
Yes, I'm missing every team fight right now.
I mean, they used the rocket ult, so we weren't gonna win that.
Rocket, they have a Sandy ult.
Gojo X what? Oh, y'all are freaked out. Okay.
Feeling fantastic.
I have ult, but if we can take space, I can ult. We kind of have to take space.
No, I'll make it. Sorry.
Wow, this dino and this
There
thing.
he is a dash. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, use a dash. The uppercut thing.
Okay.
You can also use it as a dash.
Thought you wouldn't see me again?
Oh wait, Gambit's over. Huh. Wow.
Oh my god.
Final 10 seconds. Let's heat it up. Nowhere yet.
Oh, I tried to heal you, but
It's fine.
Oh, we do
I
so
got their
much.
dino though.
bro, I'm getting gunned down. I got gunned down by a rocket. Dude, that
Gotta
damn
use the
group
trap
team
is
up.
broken.
Yeah, spam your trap off cooldown. I think is really good.
Time to switch things up.
Can I teach you Wanda?
Side your
Bro. There's not much to teach.
could make all the difference.
It's mainly just game sense with Wanda and positioning. Doesn't have that much tech.
Back a rear shot indeed. I've been seeing rocket shoot.
Oh, it's the can't guard guy. Why do y'all betray me?
Round 2, go.
funny feels.
They kicked me off the team, literally.
Got you good.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Your turn to lose, Bozo. Do you main healer?
Afraid to get those
Yes.
perfectly manicured hands a little dirty, are you, Frost? Hardly. I've crushed more minds than you.
We all take turns taking on the shit.
Yeah, but the bodies leave much more stains, especially the ones I hunt.
What if we win?
Starts in 5.
Wait, are they trying to invite me to the party? You might make the squad when we talk to my partner here. Oh man.
During the mission area.
Vortex field.
DPS draft? Mm-hmm.
Wait, what? What are you reading or talking about?
Can I place more than one trap?
If Dino's there. If Dino's not there, no. That's the upgrade of the team up.
Feeling fantastic.
Thanks for the love, love.
Thank you.
Winnable. She's gonna not die. Oh.
Did you not get caught?
Just as I say that. Yeah, Squirgo dies.
Enemy in front of us.
They're coming in from the left.
Thanks for the love, love.
A little help, please.
Good medicine.
Vortex field.
Oh, they double ulted.
Oh my
that's the
God.
game. No. So sad. Bob the Tomata. Mata.
Oh well.
Yo soy it.
Final score 0.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. There's nothing you can do about that. Let me see the stats. Did I heal a lot? I wonder. I feel like I wasn't.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh no, oh no, yeah, I didn't. Well, I did,
Yeah, you did.
decent.
No,
Oh.
you did. I mean, if you're comparing to C and D.
Oh yeah, C and D, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, C and D, her healing is crazy. Infamous Jinx quirk? What you mean Jinx? I didn't jinx it, did I? I said we might be able to tie it. Or, I mean, win this. Couldn't build ults fast enough or something like that. Oh yeah. Oh. Bro, that Squirgle jumped in the air for no reason. Like, I don't know.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Okay, I'll do Jubilee's son.
Cover your ears.
Here's
Jubilee
Elsa.
is here.
Oh, there she is.
Now,
Should do Phoenix this time.
who am I gonna banish for
Or someone
this
else
match?
did.
Phoenix?
I was 3 times in a row.
I
Switch
could,
it up.
yeah.
Phoenix or Psylocke. Oh wait, did we ban anything? I don't know. I wasn't looking.
Let me do one more Elsa.
Alright. Ultron gameplay? Allah doesn't play Ultron. Unless she wants me to, but I mean, it's probably not a good
Sorry
idea.
guys, I play main healers.
Yeah. You don't play none of the healers that do damage, other than Jubilee does damage. Yeah, Jubilee does crazy damage. For someone with so much bloodlust, you don't play any of the damaging healers.
I guess I'm a pacifist.
Pacifist.
Is a main healer? Ultra. Oh my god. What emote? Where'd you get that emote from?
Whoa. What are you talking about?
Where did you get
What are you
that
talking
emote
about?
from?
What emote?
The right heroes could make all
What are you looking at?
That emote.
What
The
you...
Ultron emote.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
What are you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you...
There's nothing on my screen.
Emote?
There's nothing on my screen.
Oh my god. Did I say it wrong? No, I think it's pacifist. Pacifist.
Share with the class? I think she's schizo.
Wait, let me try it.
See? I don't know what you're talking about. She's bugging? Yeah, she's tripping, bro. That potato, whatever pickles went to her damn head.
What is it? Oh, that doesn't.
Just try to keep the volume. Focus.
Thanks. I promise to stick to my grade.
Aw.
What?
I'm trying to do the bunny hop. I'm assuming that's what it is,
Oh,
right? The
yeah.
E twice and then.
Like the red thing. You hop with the red thingy. Red blast. I'll show you after this. I just keep forgetting.
Oh, that was bad.
Oh wait, why am I walking up? I'm stupid. Yo.
What's our tank? Oh.
They're at the front.
Sorry. I didn't mean to yell like.
Nah, you're fine.
I'm too afraid to go in there. The goddamn.
Okay, yeah, those positioning of our tanks was pretty bad, because I don't know why they're both off angling. No one was playing in the front with us, so they're just walking for free. Both our tanks were flanking, were off angling. Wolf, what was that? What did our wolf do? Oh, now we have one tank.
And it's okay.
Deadpool. Oh my god. Deep fried? It's beyond deep fried. Should just like fucking. What is that stupid KFC shit they had, chat? The beyond deep fried chicken. That shit was like, it was not even chicken at that point. It was just like rubber.
I'm so confused.
What? I died a Magneto
Okay,
three
wait.
times in a row.
We actually can't even. I can't play like at all.
None of us can play. It's not just you. How you know what rubber tastes like? Bro, no. I mean like the texture of the chicken, because it was beyond deep fried. Yeah, Deadpool, you're playing way too far back and way too scared.
You're gonna die?
I'm hella dead, bro. You be eating condoms. What the fuck? What? Out of all the rubber materials, that's the one you think of? Like, bro, what are you saying?
Like the red response. DPS, can we do something?
Kill this guy. Or not.
Push him in, walk up, please.
Ooh, push me in. Oh, I thought that went off the map. I guess it didn't. You're so close. I don't understand.
They're vulnerable.
Dude, this guy just doesn't die.
Ooh. Oh my god, this freaking... Thank you.
So much support.
Finally.
Pushing up on him.
Wow, that guy was annoying. Holy. Sheesh.
Okay.
Look at his username, of course, that's what he's... You be on something, Kirby. Kirby's so wholesome and you're so, like, unhinged.
Never seen you probably as old.
Bro, how did that get me?
Oh my god.
I was even in it. What the? Chat, did you see that? I was even in though and it got me.
The current score is 0-2-3. Time to switch things up, including
Bad start. That was horrendous start. It
Really
just
bad.
like the tanks just walked in and they just snowballed from there.
Cover your ears. Jubilee is here.
Forfeit? No. Let's see. I will try Luna instead.
Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
Try and free some people for y'all.
Fox is always with me in spirit. I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon,
How good is a soul bond one shot? Nice.
Like you could do damage and I think it heals you or something.
Yeah, that's not bad. I like the cleanse though. The cleanse is just too nice. Like if
It
the
really is.
Yeah, the Bucky ultimate I can just
Someone
cleanse
else
that
go
shit.
shield tank? Please?
You don't seriously think I have that kind of iron, do you? Most people would say I can't seriously think at all. And they're not
Cup noodle.
Are we allowed to switch characters, like switch to another role or no?
It's up to you. It's up to you. Depends on how badly you want to win.
I wanted to play.
If you want to win, go
I
for
wanted
it.
to play DPS, but this is insufferable.
Switch then, it's fine. Oh, I didn't freeze him. Damn it.
Fine.
Reloading. Hold on. Holy, that guy's shredding.
I have a Bucky too.
Yeah, Bucky Cyclops, their damage is really high. Oh, that Cyclops just lasered me.
I'm back in the fight. A nice
Oh, I'm healing you.
Above my fuck.
Froze him. Damn, they are doing crazy damage. Nah, this is holy balls. This is a C&D angle. I'm not gonna lie, I have to play C&D here. Oh, I'm close to ult. Fuck. They have crazy damage. Froze Bucky. Ulting us in. Let's go.
I am ready to put on a show.
4, 3, 2, 1. Holy fuck.
A nice deep freeze.
Armed and dangerous!
I'm dead. We ulted you, damn.
What?
Someone needs a snowball in the face.
I think I'm mad as what character you play, or me or you. I guess the game is over.
Really
It's a team
doesn't.
diff. It's a team diff. Teams are just not balanced. It's not really a character issue. Yeah, even with those ults, it wasn't enough. Yeah. It's really just team diff. Oh, nice. That was a good ult. Oh my god, what is doing that much damage to me? Chat, I know y'all see that. I did Cyclops and a fucking guy with dual pistols shooting the fuck out of me, though. Like,
I'm making a comeback.
holy.
Okay, they're just.
Never mind, pistol. They touch.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh, that guy insta died.
Yo, team, they're staggered. I don't know why we're not pushing up here. Holy fuck.
You guys had no healers. We died. We're really coming back. Oh man. Could laser you from that far though?
It's kind of hard to play as a tank when these tanks are ignoring me too.
I mean, yeah, they can pretty much do that. Hood especially will definitely ignore you, especially if you're at 100.
Alone, Max alone.
Are you guys getting dive?
No, not really. Well, a little bit.
I'm not gonna lie, I think I'm gonna switch to Venom. Oh fuck, of course they banned Venom, okay.
3, 2, 1, retreat. Don't peek that, don't peek that, don't peek that. Oh my god, I'm dead.
I was trying to save you.
You can't block that, remember?
Oh, I can, that's right.
Making a comeback. A nice deep freeze.
Our magic, what our magic do? What did you do? I couldn't save her. That shit's way too much damage. Yeah, I gotta play C. This is way too much.
Didn't know feeling bad could feel so good.
It's because they have Bucky and Cyclops. The damage is through the roof. Very hard to keep up with us.
Yo, Deadpool, do you know another tank? Like, we have no front line, dude.
My time to shine.
Yeah, we need like 2 shield tanks if you could switch Deadpool. They have crazy damage. I don't think Deadpool's gonna help here.
Like, look at that. I just push them all back and then they close the gap because they have no front line to take the space. Like, dude.
Bruh. I was gonna ult through that portal.
Oh good, they're all dead except this guy. We just gotta stagger them.
It's on point. It's on point. Nice.
Okay, we're back, kinda. Yo, Magic, why'd you? Whatever. Magic just ran into their spawn room. Oh shit, fat all. Oh my god, you got those?
Y'all better kill. Did no one die?
No, they died. Like 1 or 2
Okay,
of them. Cause you hit a lot of people.
Yeah, that shit was pre-planned.
That was impressive. Damn.
Thank you, thank you.
Shit, I didn't do. That's pretty scary. I didn't know you could do that. You were sneaky.
Thank you. Okay, we're pushing up. They're probably all grouped together.
One of y'all can't take any Deadpool. Deadpool is ain't using the gun ult. What is he doing? Using sword ult? I'm pretty sure he's just playing DPS. Pretty sure he's just playing DPS because he's playing really far back as well. They bought the Gambit. That's crazy. Trying to save you. Hold on. It's kind of hard because of the whatever his name on us.
Damn, that mag was low. Okay, cool.
Keep on getting them. Nice. What the hell? Bubbled you guys. It's all good. The game's over. Yo. He's all their spawn.
Wow, I gotta stop him somehow. In case they ever try to make it.
Damn. You are scary.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Yeah, you kind of basically are because this guy's just shooting people. What's up? Somehow brought it back. Yeah. Couple switches.
I'd rather not play Strange though. Although the pool is helping so much.
You can do Magneto if you want. And you were giving Magic a team up.
Oh, we're pushing?
So helps her.
Didn't know feeling back it feels so good.
Well, I don't know what the difference would be if I played either of them on offense.
I would say stay on Strange. So it helps Magic. If you go Magneto, it wouldn't
The only reason why I'm iffy about Strange is because I have to time my death well in case we need a portal.
True. Okay, do Magneto. Do Magneto. You can bubble me too. That would help me a lot. Bubble me in case I get dunked on while I'm ulting. But I usually don't go that far in. I usually do like 2 forward, 2 back.
Savage, how are you? They really want Strange, so I'm gonna switch to Strange.
Okay. Yeah, she wants that team up.
That Widow was so low. I'm playing very aggressive.
Yeah, they're down a lot. Oh, I keep saying pressing E twice. Whoops. Gotta stop doing that. Basically, destroy my turret cape.
Standpoint, summon standpoint.
I'm on it. Call me Sergeant Twinkie.
You guys can stay up. Thank you for the follow.
I should name Twinkie because I feel a count. Oh shit. Oh my god, they're all in chains.
They're on Widow and Bucky.
They're all terror caped.
Oh, their Gambit's like right here. What? What is all down? I know he's meta.
The thing back here on us. Hold on.
I don't even know what the team up is for Magic.
It gives her a chain. I can all hold on.
Oh, that one. Okay.
The terror caped.
Perfect precision.
Oh, that's not good. Magic, Magic, you need your ult. Magic, you need the ult. You need the ult, Magic. Gambit is frying. Actually, I threw a bubble. We don't need ult. That was scary. I think the Gambit died. Oh, nice ult. Oh.
We're not on point. Oh.
I'm on it.
Cool.
I'll throw a bubble for you if you see it.
Thought I had my parry up. Fuck.
Oh, good. We're winning the team fight. Oh, he missed his ult.
Oh, he got rocket though.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I was in the wrong form. I know he was 1 HP.
You need to try to place yourself off point.
Yeah, I'm on ult. I'm about to terror cape him, kill him.
Trying to block their heals.
Just keep healing me, rocket. Or not. Alright, that's not a bad push. That's not a bad push. Alright, that's pretty good.
The current score is
Not bad at all, not bad at all.
2-3.
Okay. Let's see. One defense now. I will stay C&D, I think. Are they what DPS do they have again? Bucky and who else? Who's the other one? You remember?
What was that? Oh, they have Bucky, Widow.
Oh, Widow.
Yeah.
I'll stay on this one.
What is my DP? Do you know how to play Strange? I'd rather play Mag.
Hearing game mic is not on, by the way. But I will do. Maybe Invis since one defense.
Wait, no, I was. Wait, was I not?
Nope.
Oh well, we're already out.
Yeah, he's not gonna switch. We already asked him to switch ages ago. Is he even in voice chat? No. He's not even in voice chat. He's the only one not in it. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He just doesn't care. That's all good. Pretty sure we can win this. Alright, you should have a fat shield playing invis.
Okay. Damn it, I should have done a portal to block their spawn.
They're on Widow and Bucky still for DPS.
I'm gonna keep pulling them.
Nice.
Nice. Okay, just yeah, as a warning, I'm gonna keep pulling.
No, that's good.
Just trying to get them out of position.
You should get really a lot of healing too.
That's much better.
He's at 49. So.
Oh, their Gambit was one. Oh,
He died, yeah, he died. Someone get that Widow, please. I got you.
Thank you. Who's gonna heal up there? Be so for real.
I pulled her, kill her, please. I pulled her, kill her.
No way.
Oh, it's all good.
Thank you.
Nice, we got a Widow before she did it. Oh, she even ult the site. You guys are getting fried. I got you. Keep killing him. He's slow. Kill his ass.
Pocket me when I ult.
I got you.
They haven't used Gambit ult, huh? Oh, they switched to Star-Lord.
Probably go soon though before the Gambit ults.
We got Star-Lord in the back.
Dude, oh, I got their healer.
Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, they use Gambit with Clit ult. You can't survive that.
It's fine. They only have what, a minute?
I won't disappear so easily.
I don't think we get the portal to play off.
That's fine. Yeah, cancel it.
Yeah.
We have a lot of time.
Oh, wow.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
That's much better.
Why is he pointing at the portal?
I was Punisher. Oh, that guy got tunnel vision so hard.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, this guy won't leave me alone. Whew. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna let the Rocket heal more so he can get his ult. Rocket, I'm gonna let you heal so you can get your ult.
Why we're not playing up here?
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Armed and dangerous.
Clear the way.
Dude, did we just sell?
I need some heals.
Hold on. I can't even reach over there. You're so far in. Oh, freaking Strange got me.
No.
Oh, it's so close. No. Aw.
Needed to play up when they were walking out of spawn one by one.
Unlucky.
Fuck.
Unlucky.
How did I sell that? What?
Wait, how do you sell that? I think we just lost the team fight, that's all. I don't think anyone sold. Holy shit, I had 68k healing.
Damn, that's a lot of heals.
Zam. Yo, Sam, thanks for the 25.
Damn, I blocked 70k damage.
Yeah, that was a long ass match. I fell into a vat of acid. Any tips? What? What? How am I supposed to answer that, man? You said we ignored the Star-Lord? Okay, go to training mode. Let me show you the thing with also. Just kidding.
Chat.
Yeah, that was a close match.
I enjoyed that game. That was,
Yeah.
I semi-enjoyed it. Yeah. And to be fair, we're also down a player, so we're doing pretty good.
I'm running out. I'm running from a
And that
bear.
player, I'm talking about.
You guys are trolls. Okay, play Elsa. It's all weird cooldowns as well. Come downstairs. Okay, so you see this blast?
Yep.
Yeah, you can B-hop with this blast.
Oh shit.
There you go. Yeah, you can just turn your camera off that. You're doing it. Yeah, you got a lot better at B-hopping pretty fast. Nice.
Oh, no wonder it was different. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to b-hop in the game. I had my keybind on a different one though.
Yeah, you just do it with the blast. That's it. You like do it out the spawner. So like you just when the moment you leave the spawner, you shift and you E and then you do that. That's pretty much it. Taking a rib and get back to the, yeah. It's pretty easy once you get the hang of it. Did I miss the Arby's thing? No, we're gonna do that on like in a week or two. I don't remember. It's not, the Arby's thing is in limited time, so don't worry. It's not gonna go away. If it goes away, then well, I can make a homemade one and she can eat 2 for us or some shit.
What?
What? You can kill us.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Alright, I'm gonna go get a boiled potato.
Go for it.
That's potential being realized.
Finally playing healers, we love to see it. Yeah, man, I've been playing healers. You just tap into the stream at the wrong moments. I've been playing healers for a while now.
Fucking,
I want a tournament playing healer, chat.
y'all wanna see Elsa still, or you guys wanna see Phoenix or Psylocke?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Blade? Oh my god, I didn't even go over Blade yet.
Oh, I forgot to help you with that.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Hood this game? Hood. I think I banned myself playing Hood on this account. I don't play Hood on this account. It feels like smurfing. I think I'm too good at Hood or no to play him on this. If I'm good enough to play the character in my main chat, I'm not playing the character. Unless we really need it. We like really want to win. Like that last match, yeah, we're gonna just lose if I didn't go cloak. Because they were doing so much damage, we need to sustain. Hulk. I'm not learning Hulk, bro. That character is trash to me. I can't play a character I don't believe in. And I think Hulk is trash. Same thing with Thor. So I'm not playing that character. You have a better chance of getting me on Spider-Man than those two. At least Spider-Man's pretty cool. But Hulk and Thor, I don't think they're good. Thor is just annoying. Hulk, I don't think Hulk's good. Outside of his bubble, I don't think he's good. And Thor is just being annoying.
I'm not judging.
Where'd you come from, Lee? You didn't hate that.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
Grab some beans too.
Beans?
Sweet beans, yep. Except the sad part is that my microwave doesn't work, so they're cold.
She's eating a nice British dish. She got the beans and toast, and she got a potato.
30 seconds before you attack.
Straight from UK. Nice little English breakfast. What happened to your microwave? What? That just stopped working.
I don't know, cause a lot of problems were happening, and it eventually just started to break down.
What? So it just doesn't turn on? Was it like smoke or some shit?
Yeah.
Oh damn.
No, like the buttons aren't working.
Damn.
And then more buttons stop working, and then yeah.
Yikes.
Hi Trance. Games are going. They're tough. They're tough.
It's supposed
We
to
were
be
in a
tough.
tough match last game. We almost won. It was definitely winnable.
You said you wanted more stimulating games, all right? These are stimulating games.
Yeah. I mean, they're tough. I didn't say they're like I hated them.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Ooh.
Is that Daredevil?
there's someone
Oh,
behind.
fuck no. Who was that? No, damn, they're everywhere.
Yeah, they really are. Holy.
I'm making a comeback. There you are.
Bro, he's just hard focusing me. Oh, man. Froze him, but...
Damn, of course he goes back when I do a shit ton of damage.
Ooh, I'm getting dove hard.
Oh, he was one hit.
I'm back in the fight.
Do you think we need another tank?
I don't think you should play
Okay,
Venom.
never
I don't
mind,
think
we
you
got
should play
one.
Venom on this map. This part of the map, Venom is not that good.
Oh.
I died to DD. He was dubbing me.
Oh, you died there too?
Yeah, I died to Daredevil. He keeps diving me.
Oh.
I've still got songs to sing.
Just gotta save my freeze for him.
I should be singing lullabies. I am ready to go nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Where the hell are we?
Ooh, she ulted you. I gotta go anti-dive. I gotta go anti-dive, that's for sure. I'm gonna try Jubilee into dive. Demore has an excellent name. Who's that? Who's Brandy Love?
Always with me in spirit. And let us know.
If you know, you know.
I shine in darkness.
I don't know. So.
We are
Can I look it up or?
Screw the light. I'm giving into my dark side.
30 seconds before you attack.
She's a star? Oh. Uh-huh. Don't look it up.
Kind of the point.
Okay, I won't.
Much good in battle if they were just for show, right?
What kind of star? A pop star?
Good to know. The battle starts in
Movie star?
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do
A K-pop star. Oh, okay.
I've got the kind of hunger that a trip to the food court isn't gonna cure.
No.
Me?
Bruh.
What? Bro,
Daredevil, he wants
what?
everybody. That guy has
wow.
not died yet. She's a mattress actress? Bro. A mattress actress is crazy.
I have ult. Why would I switch now?
You try and get it out.
Yeah. I'm trying to get 3 sparks on them, but
You don't have to get
fucking
3.
can't.
You don't have to get 3. You can just set it up for your team. Your team can kill them instead. If they're like a lot of people grouped up, I would just ult. Especially if they're low. I believe in for Jubilee. We're getting spawn trapped. I don't know if we can save this.
fucking kidding? Wait, you could just like fall down here.
Yeah, they didn't do that though, so they died.
Okay, I should just pull back, huh?
Yeah, there's
Not
only
many
us
of
two.
here.
Trying to come to you.
Oh my god.
Oh
I was trying
man.
to touch point, but no one was pushing up for some reason.
We're getting pressured by who was it? Magneto or Nomura or someone. I wasn't even paying attention. I was like too busy healing.
You can't expect to win them all.
These games. I can't. I really can't.
It's indeed rough. It is indeed rough. We can just go back to doing normal characters. Normal characters then.
I don't mind. It's just team diff every game though.
I mean, there's nothing you can really do about that. That is true. Oh yeah, the new skins. The trailers for the new skins are out, I think. That magic skin is spicy. I don't know if you've seen it.
And the summer skin?
Yeah.
We are hope and fear. Now, who am I gonna
Send you a
pick
picture.
in this match?
Have you guys seen this chat? Ooh.
Oh, that? Oh, wow. That's actually a really good angle of magic. Although I thought her skin was like alright in the...
They showed the widow. They gave the widow skin effects. Her ult's blue.
I really like Scarlet's skin.
This is good too, yeah. I wish they did more with the Storm skin. It's kind of basic. Same thing with the Emma one. The Emma and Storm one are like kind of, they're like,
And
yeah.
that's such a good color on Storm too. If only they just added more.
It's like they held back with the clothes. No, she doesn't need less clothes. She needs more clothes.
She really doesn't get that much love.
Hot take, chat. Girls with clothes are more attractive than girls without clothes. Is that a hot take? I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense because of the, like the beachwear. Like she just basically has just. It's just basic. I don't know how to. That is a hot take. It's not a hot take, bro. It's just like they. It was basic. They just gave her like what, the swimsuit. That's it. And then if you look at like C and D and Invis and everybody else's, they actually have like. Not a hot take. See, you just don't know ball. You don't know fashion. Yeah, they just gave her a basic swimsuit. Like, they didn't do anything with it. No, like, swimsuit accessories or nothing on her. Just, that's it. No, like, jewelry or nothing. Like, just... That's too basic. Yeah, the Emma one's basic as hell.
Okay, we're gonna triple hill with
Oh, we're tripling. What the? How does this happen? Okay, I'll play tank.
Well,
Who do I play tank as?
if you wanted to play DPS too, I don't mind switching to tank.
Which one do you want to do?
Well, we're already out. I'll switch stick with Elsa for now.
Where's my
Unless you want to switch later.
thing you set to...
Ooh.
Did you learn the animation cancel yet with Cap yet?
No.
I can probably show you real quick. It's really easy. You just put your dash to toggle, and you just fucking mash melee button damn near. Holy.
Oh, I see how to do it, chat.
These fucking squids are making this impossible.
Fuck.
She's taking no damage. Are they triple? They are. I'm about to say, bro, what is this? I just put the longest cap combo in on her damn back. And she took nothing from it. Yeah, she's literally ignoring the back shots like, bruh.
Oh no, we gotta fall
I got
back.
Adam. Okay, he just revived in front of my face and I can't do shit about it.
We need to regroup.
Not for sure would have fucking died there. Holy. Dead as fuck. Drops helped me get 600 units, bro. Oh, congrats. Like I help out.
You think I'm too old for this?
I'm just gonna keep distracting our back line.
I'll be ship-shape in no time.
Please touch me a little. I need heals. Bro. What a way to ask for heals. Got him. Wait, he revived. This fucking Adam Warlock. Oh shit, there's like 3 healers up here.
What is Jeff doing? Did he lag out?
I don't know, but I have all their healers distracted. Check your health, gang. Oh.
I don't know anymore. It's kind of frustrating.
It's not much we can really do. We definitely should have used the the Jubilee ult. Why don't we Jubilee ult? What happened? Are we not have it yet?
His name Jeff?
I'm gonna keep distracting the back line.
Come on, Twitch. It's fine. He did. He did. Whoa, what's his team up? Oh.
The Jubilee needs touchies. Touchies? I don't. Whatever. Y'all got it.
Where did he go? No, bruh.
I got Jeff. Oh, you guys all died? What? Oh, I'm still alive somehow. Help. Ah.
Thanks so much.
I got ulted
I know
by
it's a team game, but I'm trying to contribute kills when I can't.
You can
I've
contribute
never
more
heard
than
you
just
panic.
kills. Bro, I was alone in a 1v6. Bro, because I killed Jeff and I turn around, everybody's dead. I'm about to ult, but no one's here to assemble. I was gonna assemble alone. Let's try to stall. Yeah, it just wasn't enough. It's all good. I can do this all day, literally. It's all good. It's all good. No way she died before she could ult again, though. There's no way. Damn. The Jubilee's going through it. Ty's baby boy. Who names themselves that?
Sorry, soldier.
Anyways, as I was saying to you, you don't have to get kills to contribute. There's other ways you can contribute, even if it's not by kills. You can enable your team, you
With
know?
DPS. How do I enable my team with Phoenix?
It's hard to do that with Phoenix, that she has to get kills, but like there's other characters that can like slow and use util and stuff. Like for example, Bucky can keep slowing and hooking
at the right time.
Like he doesn't have to be the one getting kills. Phoenix, I mean, you can provide your anti-heal and just stun and stuff.
Ooh, really, Squirrel Girl? Are you fucking kidding me?
That dude went Iron Man. Yeah, this Sword Girl won't sick of me. Come here. No! I got no! Ah! Help! Fuck. God damn it, dude.
Fucking nut.
Fucking nuthead, bruh. How do you use this team up without... Can you use this on... Oh, you can't use this on enemies, huh? Ah, shit. I should be using the Thor one, then.
Oh, okay. We're done.
Is it? Wait, oh my god. She fucking stunned me again. Oh, it was too close. What? Yo, what is happening to me this game? This game's not over yet. Oh my god, I got stunned again. I'm fucking dead. That didn't matter, bro. Yeah, we was getting cooked, yeah. Here, go to trade mode. Let me show you this cap thingy. I want to show you the animation cancel. That guy had 0 finals. Oh no. Oh no. Hawking the jump down. Okay, come to practice.
Yeah. With
cap. Yeah. I'll show you the animation cancel. Where else Captain America?
Just keep fighting.
Is your dash set to toggle?
Yeah.
Okay, good. What's your melee?
It is shift.
Okay. This is like how you do it. You gotta like... You wanna like do 2 punches and an animation cancel. Like you gotta do it like really fast. Why is my dash not?
So you do 2 melees and run?
You can like kind of like... You can kind of like hold forward a little bit, like hold W and A, and then like you do like... You just want to like kind of like mash the melee button. There's like multiple ways to do it. They removed that. Yeah, they removed it, but this is like the new way to do it. Are you doing it? Hold on. Do it.
I'm not sure if I'm doing it. What is supposed to be canceling?
Your dash. You're supposed to like run cancel it. Since your dash is set to toggle, when you're meleeing, you're not running. But since your dash is set to toggle, it'll cancel the animation into another run, and it'll reset the cooldown of melee. Cause like, let's stand still in melee. If you stand still in melee, this is way slower than like doing animation cancel. Like, see how slow you're punching? But if you're running with it, you can like punch rapidly.
Wish this could have ended differently, Parker.
You have to like keep aiming at him though. Let me open your stream. It's kind of hard for me to see it from this POV.
What's your sense at for this? Because I can't spin in a circle very well. What's your sense at for this?
Oh,
I can't spin.
I plant 800 DPI 3.5. You don't have to. You don't have to spin in a circle.
Well, I mean, okay, that's just for this character.
You just have to be moving.
He's standing right here.
You just have to be moving because you need to be moving. Like it can be left or right. It can be forward. You can do it forward like this, but you just have to be tracking onto them. You have to make sure you're moving so you can animation cancel your punch into your run.
That's 3.
I wish this could have ended differently, Parker.
Enable friendly fire. I might just show you a quick clip of how to do it, I guess.
Just keep fighting. If you fall, I'll be there.
Okay. Look at what? What is so funny?
No, it's just the way I was moving was funny. Okay.
You kind of just it's really stupid, but you kind of just mash V or mash whatever your melee button is while moving forward. It's easier to do it like left to right for me personally, but you can just do it. Like, look at the video I'm sending. It's like a 10-second clip. Why the fuck is this not loading?
Oh, I need another key.
Why need another key?
Difficult. It's just very difficult for the melee for me.
Yeah, he uses melee a
I'll
lot.
show you
The reason why
I'll
this
show you a video of it on my hand.
Sure. The reason why you do this with your melee is because he won't throw the shield if he's meleeing. You don't want the shield throw if you're doing the melee cancel. I mean the animation cancel. You don't want the shield toss. If you hold M1 with your mouse, it'll throw the shield. You don't want that. You only want to throw the shield when they're like running away and you can't reach them. Yeah, this does more damage. Like, shit, let's 1v1. Come here, let's 1v1.
1v1?
Yeah, so I can show you how fast the skills compared to... I'm not going to use anything except the melee.
Okay.
Alright, go.
So why don't I just switch my melee to my primary?
Because, I mean, you could. Like, look how fast I'm killing you compared to me. I killed you. I'm at 305 health. That's like, I'm killing you 2 times as fast as you're killing me.
Dance. You're relieved of duty. Let's dance.
Now you see how like your melee doesn't proc the shield toss? Your mouse will proc that. You don't want your, well, I guess since your mouse, your melee's on your mouse, I guess, but like if you're running away from, yeah, your mouse will proc the shield throw. You don't want to like, that's why this tech is like this. It doesn't throw the shield, because if you throw your shield, that's with the primary. You're only supposed to really throw that when they're like running away. But yeah, we can queue now if you want. Just wanted to show you that. You can practice that another day or something. You basically just mash melee though while moving forward.
Do you prefer the third or Bucky team up? I like the Bucky team up. It feels nice to be able to save my team and have another way to escape as well.
Yeah, that one's good. I like the one because I like the damage personally, but they're both good. Let me see this.
Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage.
I don't know if that's a good video. It looks not that good.
Damn, your hands really are tiny. Are you sure you're not 4'11"?
Yeah, I'm 5.
Are you sure you're not 4'11"?
You know what? Why are you laughing?
I just random thought. Whatever. I'm thinking out loud. Don't listen to that.
You're good.
Oh wait, are you pressing melee with your pinky?
Yeah. So 3 of my fingers, my 3 middle fingers, are on the AWSD.
Yeah.
Thumb on the spacebar, and then my pinky's the only one touching shift. I think everyone does that, right?
Yeah, this is why I use melee on V. So instead of being able to hold D while doing the cancel, I just mash V. But yeah, you don't need that. But I guess, I mean, this works. You just gotta mash shift with your pinky. This isn't bad. It just I feel like your keyboard is gigantic compared to mine. Maybe it's not though.
I think it's the regular. It's just a 100% keyboard. It's just a regular keyboard.
Oh, I didn't show you a picture of my keyboard, did I?
No.
Let me send that.
Hero, is your internet working again?
What up, Hero? Mine's 80%.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Mine's an 80% keyboard. Let me see, show you what my hands on it. I mean, it's not like the posture is like damn near the same. Just that I think your keyboard's a little bit bigger. Why is my photo getting taken like this?
Oh, they banned Mag? Are they playing Punisher?
Oh shit, the match started. Oops. Wait, what am I doing?
Yeah, they might be playing Punisher.
I gotta play tank. Are we on defense? Oh, I'm on offense.
Yeah.
Man. Or, oh yeah, that, my bad. Time to chuck some wood. Let me check. You guys like woodchuckers?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm so far away. This character is so slow.
Me too. Well, I just made it back.
Oh, I sent it on Discord. I'm an idiot.
There's a Bucky up. Oh.
He ulted me.
Oh, I got over the. Okay. Ooh, no wrong.
What happened to you?
I shifted to the front instead of to the side. It's okay.
Oh, I got ulted by whatever his name is. Maybe her hands are smaller. Yeah, I feel like her hands are smaller. She needs to go to like a Best Buy. Like, you know those keyboards on display chat? Just try out a bunch of random keyboards. See which one like gives her the most finger reach. So I feel like her keyboard's too big for her hands.
Oh, you guys are on that one?
I just felt like it. I don't know why. Nice. W wall. That was a really good wall. Yeah, curved keyboards. I don't think she curves her keyboard. You curve your keyboard when you use it?
Yeah.
How much? Like a lot? Or just like a little bit? I curve mine a little bit. There's people that curve it like...
I have it to an angle, so I'm facing... Oh.
Like full on 180? Or no, not 180, 75?
No, it's kind of adjusted to my monitor.
Damn, that was a fat ult. Oh man. That was a 3-man. Yeah, mine's curved like 10% to the left a little bit, or to the right. Our Spider-Man is cooking up some devious, by the way. Man's on fire.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh, I should probably not play Groot since you're on Elsa. I'm gonna mess up your ult. I'm gonna switch after
no,
this.
you're fine.
Nah, trust me, it'll mess up your ult.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll know more than me.
Nah, because I would literally like wall off your ult on mistake sometimes. It's happened to me so many times. Oh, you can wall off his ult. That one works. Nice kill.
What ult have they used? Oh, they haven't used Luna? I thought it was Luna?
I don't think they've used Luna yet. You know what game I have an odd itch to play, chat? That I shouldn't have an itch to play? You guys would never guess it.
Aw.
Destiny? No, it's a multiplayer game.
Oh, by
Lords of the Fallen? Bro, hell no. That game was... I beat that game. That game was awful. That game was buns. Why is that alert on? What was that? I'll look in a second. Got one. God, this fucking Angela. I walled him off. Groot can wall off his ult. I think this is like the only wall in the game it doesn't beat.
Fuck, I keep getting blinded.
Go on, Wood, get her.
Oh, I just lagged.
Uh-oh. Not again.
That's fine. Although it does seem like I'm experiencing some.
No, nothing was worse than the other day. Fucking backrooms day, that was crazy. Help! Oh. Did we win that?
Oh, we swallowed our Spidey's ult. No.
Oh no, that's not it. It's not good at all. Big ass dino incoming. What? Oh, they C9. Minecraft? No, it was Fortnite, dude. Relax. I had an odd itch to play Fortnite today. I don't know why. Let me see this.
Which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Oh, you do play with a curve.
Yeah, I told you.
Huh. You're a wrist aimer or arm aimer? Damn, you have a lot of death space. You consider yourself a wrist aimer or arm aimer? Very random question, but
I don't know.
I have to send you a photo. What type of grip do you have on your hand, on your mouse? There's so much random I don't know if you ever heard of these. Have you ever heard of these? Like fingertip, claw, palm, wrist, arm aim. Sent you a photo on Discord.
Although I have an idea what I mean by wrist and arm aim. Like, do I like move my wrist or do I move my arm?
Yeah, you put like your whole arm on the table. Like lay your whole arm
no,
on.
half of my arm is on the table.
Half?
But sometimes I used to move my arm a lot.
I'm a wrist
I think it
aimer.
was better when I did that. Never heard of claw? Like white claw? I heard of that.
I'm a fingertip aimer. Yeah, I use fingertip.
Fingertip.
What? Yeah, I aim with my fingertips. What do you mean?
Wait, okay, wait, that doesn't make sense to me.
I'm a fingertip aimer, but I use wrist grip. It'll make sense when you see the photo, trust me. There's two types of, like, you either use your arm or your wrist. I use my wrist, and I also use my fingertips. It'll make sense when you see the photo, don't worry. I use my hands, bro. That doesn't answer the question. He switched the punish. Yeah, I'm dead ass getting counterpicked on repeat. Aw, fucking magic out our Jubilee. Mustn't touch your palm. It does a little bit, but not like a lot. Just a little bit. Sometimes it does, but sometimes it doesn't. Most times it doesn't. Which is why I use my fingertips. I'm not claw because I don't hold it in like a claw shape. My hand is like floating. It's not like full on palm on my mouse. Okay, I can't play this. I got counterpicked. Let me ult first at least, I guess. Fingers angled up? Or are they flat? Fingers flat. That's what, if they're angled up, that means I'd be claw. I'm not claw. So you can tell if you're claw if your like hand looks like kind of like a spider.
Dude, Jeff got Adam.
I'm dead, bro. Holy. We have got to use one of these ults. Might be claw, I think. Oh, great. Then we just kite that. We just wait. I think we just wait. We have time. Just wait. Don't go. Oh, you guys winning already.
Why would you go in?
I don't have a choice now. Jubilee, please ult. Where's the ult, Jubilee? Jubilee, come play the game with us, please. Why does she still have ult? Oh my god.
I'm not glad. I might switch on the main. This is so frustrating for
Jubilee,
me.
please. Use your ult. We could. I don't know why she didn't use her ult. We went through the portal. She just didn't do it. Okay, that guy got a 3-man. Now she wants to ult after 3 of them are dead?
Oh my god, what button? So much.
What the hell? Oh my lordy. I'm not gonna lie, these heals are pretty bad.
It's not that good.
These heals are pretty bad. It doesn't matter which character I play, I'm getting lasered. Whatever, let's just win this and get out of here because we're close to winning. It doesn't feel like it, I'll tell you that, but... Kill this Luna. Luna. Oh, why is no one killing this Luna? Where's this girl at, bro? There, that girl's dead.
Only 60 seconds left.
Kill that girl, we get a stagger going.
Oh, Spidey died. Oh, we can't portal, huh?
Ooh. Portal, portal. Oh, portal, portal. Oh, no. We're portaling. Just stall, stall. We're portaling. God. I'm going to go. He ulted nobody. I got two. Oh, you guys are all dead. Holy balls. Oh no. I killed 3 and then Bucky's over here just murdered my team. No. Alright, what do you want to
But
do?
you don't have Strange as a main tank, not gonna lie. You think Strange?
I mean, no. Well, okay. Well, I mean, I guess, but I don't know. Whatever.
Worst idea to go triple? I'm not gonna lie. I don't even think the heals were that good, so I had to. I kept dying every time.
Yeah, I kept getting lasered. There was only 2 of them?
Ooh, I had packet loss too.
Oh. Alright, what do you want to do? You want to go into main now or what?
No, I'm gonna thug it out. I need to learn tank and DPS. I can't keep going to heals.
Determination, I like that.
I'm gonna play some music. I need to play music.
Alright, my conclusion is, yeah, your keyboard is long as shit. Just like damn near long. It's almost as long as your hair. I can see your hair in the photo. It's just almost as long as your hair.
I have mutant powers and a little demonic.
This is a long ass keyboard. Hella and Star-Lord are pretty easy. Hella and Star-Lord. You gonna play solid like this? Wait, okay. If you want to learn DPS, play the DPS you want to learn.
Oh, I just locked in DPS.
Oh, okay.
So they know I'm playing DPS.
Bet. Yeah, the Strange ulted through the portal and he hit literally nobody. He got literally nobody, yeah. He got absolutely air, yeah. It's pretty strong if you say so myself. I have dozens of 60% keyboards. I have a few, like the one I just did from the Razer sponsor, but I don't want to use that because it's loud as hell. I don't like loud keyboards. That's just me personally. Mr. Rivals himself.
Also another air portal. Yeah, I tried to go into the portal with Mantis, but I couldn't. I couldn't jump into it.
Let me take a better photo. Okay, this is the way my keyboard looks. That doesn't look nowhere near as big as yours. Well, I guess, I don't know. It's hard to tell at an angle, but mine's at 80% keyboard. So, Yori Bird, wooting clears. The wootings are loud as hell. My brother has one. I think those keyboards are overhyped anyway.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I can't quite tell because it kind of looks big still.
Yeah, it's just because of the angle. But it's mainly about, it's not really about how big the keyboard is, about how close the keys are.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of one with maybe closer keys would be better.
Yeah, so you don't have to stretch your fingers as far. Because you keep saying you're like, oh, G is too far, C or V is too far, or 1 is too far, it doesn't feel right.
It's you and me till the end of the line.
Get longer fingers? What you want her to do, get nails and then use her nails? Do you play with
Why are you
nails?
playing so far back?
I'm using the wrong team. God damn it. I'm gonna flank them.
That is so much red that I'm looking at.
I'm literally just gonna ignore this kid. Body. Ooh, I fried that girl. That's the animation cancel, chat.
Hey, why does my right click disappear?
Bro, I'm getting so much value. I just killed both the supports. Your right click. It doesn't last.
Yeah,
long.
like
when it marks people, right?
Yeah, when it marks people.
Yeah, it goes away after like 30 seconds. You gotta shoot them. Something like that.
Okay.
You gotta shoot them so you get the speed boost. You don't have to shoot them, but
Well, I'm using it for the tanks. That's the one with percentage damage, right?
the shotgun. When your primary transforms, yes, the shotgun one. It's the one that appears after you use a skill, yeah. He went Rocket Raccoon, so I couldn't kill him as easy. This guy's a cringe bag. That girl's dead.
That's the boost I needed.
The fuck? She's ulting her spotter? Oh shit, Marvel Rivals pulled him.
Marvel Rivals pulled him.
That's his name.
Oh, his name is.
W Marvel Rivals. I'm just gonna alt install. They're on triple healer now. I'm literally solo diving and they went triple healer. That is actually, that's a compliment. I don't forget to pull it back. Well, I guess you couldn't right here.
Too close to the wall.
Bro, they have Scarlet Witch and triple healer. I'm one guy. Oh, please. Oh my god.
How's she always getting nailed? Oh, damn.
30 seconds.
Oops.
I'm on point.
I'm stalling. Don't worry.
This is real firepower.
A rocket.
Part's not. The point's not moving on my watch, bruh. Oh my god.
My rocket.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
I'm frying her health bar. Do you see that, chat? I'm coming back for you, Jubilee. I'm not leaving you.
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
I'm not leaving you, Jubilee. I'm
Got
coming.
rocket.
I need you. Oh fuck. Her husband may have left, but I'm not.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit.
Damn, I got everyone.
They hit a checkpoint.
Damn.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Well, her husband left, didn't she? Didn't he?
You know what time it is, Scat? It is 9:22 p.m. for me. Bonk. Oh my god.
That's fucked up. That's not fucked up. I'm the father that
I
stepped
already
up.
got bonked though.
How is that fucked up?
5K. Deserved. 250 was way too low. But how much money you guys got?
Don't let them gaslight you.
Wait, Scat, how much do you have? How much do you have, Scat? Does everyone have like a bunch?
Ew. I'm assembling. Ew. Pull it back, pull it back, pull it back.
Oh, I thought I pulled it back.
I need to teach you how to pull it back, bruh.
Us against the world.
I switched off. Real Magneto. I got you.
All right, Ty. Now we really have to attack.
Take this.
Wait, her husband's dead? Wait, what? Wait, what? I thought y'all said he left.
Talking about Scarlet Witch.
Jubilee. I thought you guys said he left. Wait, now what I said sounds crazy now. I said if her husband may have left, but I won't. But now you guys are telling me he's dead? Another husband? Wait, she has a kid. Wait, so she has a kid though. Okay. Oh, it's that. I'm dead as fuck though. Oh. Am I missing you? No, I thought you guys said she has a kid. Oh, it's an adopted kid. Wait, I'm missing so much.
No.
Must have been a miscommunication. Anyways, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
I feel like I'm over here talking about Jubilee and you're over here fighting for your life. Fuck, I tried to touch.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
I'm gonna go stall the point. I'm stalling the point down here. The dragon of Krakoa is a kid. Okay, what?
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, don't get me.
Now or never. Stop them. Us against the world.
Close, so close.
What? Why did it? Why did I? What? Oh my god, I went to the tracking on this fucking team up his asshole. There we go.
Give them another inch, or else.
Oh yeah, got cloak. I'm stalling like fucking crazy, but I'm so low. Get your ass over here. I'm getting so much value. I need help. I need help badly. Nice. Nice. Let's go. Oh, you cat. Let's go.
0, 2, 2.
Yeah, Rack, it really
Time
is.
to switch things up, including which side you're on.
What happened?
You'll need a top-notch
Drawn
team to
rival's
win
so
this one.
goated. I want to play Bucky now. Oh, maybe. Oh, I can do hella for the team up.
Play Bucky right now.
Bucky.
New topic. What is the topic? Oh, you guys are gooners. Oh my god.
Yes.
Thought y'all was talking about something else.
Ooh, my god.
How do you get more Rose's username? It has like special letters in it. That L is probably an I or something. One of those L's is probably an I or both.
Get ready.
Yeah.
Fonts? Yeah, you could do fonts and stuff too, yeah. Yeah, like Twinkie was taken, so I just put the little smiley face at the end. And now I can be Twinkie. Stuff like that.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nah, it's a dev.
Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage.
I'm going straight to the back line.
That's the boost I needed. Let's dance.
Freaking convoy.
I am so fucking... This fucking Scarlet Witch, bro. Oh my god, this Scarlet, please. A dev playing a Namor? I don't think a dev would play Namor. Maybe they wouldn't.
Live to fight another day.
Damn, both of them have the hood team up, damn.
That's the boost I needed.
Oh my god, this Scarlet Witch won't leave me alone. Why do they buff this annoying ass character? You know what? They'd play straight Luna. Oh, we know they'd play straight Luna. Oh, yo, this lightning shield, chat. This shit is tough.
That's the boost I needed.
Kill this kid. Got his ass. I'm going straight to them healers. Where the healers at? No, that's a Scarlet. Bro, please, bro. We cloak out. I'm stalling. Oh, nice. We're at the point. 3, 2, 1. I'm out of here.
No.
Oh, man. Are we gonna play Cthulhu again? I don't know. Are we playing on Wednesday or something? What'd you say you wanted to play? I want to play the Quarry. I want to see what you think about that game. Very curious to see your reaction to that. Chat, I think I asked you guys just for it. Do you guys think she would like the Quarry?
Oh my god.
I never stayed down. Sorry, soldier.
I don't know. Only issue is that you're probably gonna want to see what other choices happen. Kill this guy. Yeah, she's gonna want to see the other choices.
Oh fuck, I couldn't reach. Stupid ass ceiling.
It's fine, we got enough people. We got the checkpoint, no?
Not enough.
Not enough? Damn. Heartless.
Never enough.
Never enough? Damn, you want them dead. How are you a healer player? I swear. Like, how are you a healer player? This guy be like an alternate dimension or reality where she's like a DPS player.
Probably.
Oh man.
Oh.
Bro, they're just ignoring me back here. You guys can't just keep ignoring me, bro. Y'all gonna fucking take these damn cap shots. Yup, look at that. Dead Rigby. That Scarlet about to die too. Where'd she go? I need to heal. Who's he going for? Oh, I went for a cloak. What are you going for? Up. Got you. Yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going. Wherever you're dunking, I'll keep helping you get it.
Oh, I missed.
Wait, she's AFK. Kill this guy, kill this guy. I got you. Get this cap. I mean, this, whatever his name is. Nice. Wait, what the hell? Our team needs help, Can't reach him. I'm going to their healers. Nice. That wasn't so bad. That's why I never see Kappa ranked. She was meta last season.
Oh, we're 3-2? Oh my god.
What? 3-2 for what?
No, we hit third point. I thought they hit third point too. I thought we were going overtime.
No.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you.
Yeah, 16 finals. Nice. That was pretty good. Yeah. Her Bucky goes crazy. What's up, Gojo?
Locking in on DPS is not that fun.
You said
like,
you wanted stimulating interactive gameplay. That is it. That's how
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But I want to say locking in on sup is different when locking in on DPS. I don't know how. It's so much more frustrating.
I see.
Do you guys mind if I play the hood? I don't mind healing, but I know how to play.
Sure. Look at the screenshot I sent you. Your DMs. Which one of those describe you? This is the picture I sent to chat.
I can always switch to heals later.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I use fingertip, but okay, my hand is not that high in the air. I use like a mix of claw and fingertip.
I think I'm palm.
You're a palmer?
I think so.
Same. Yeah, I don't know why they put the fingertips that high. I'm not doing that. My hand is not that high. Looking for and take it out of context. He's saying palmer? What?
Y'all see that? Can y'all? Oh, I can't even see it.
What's up, Samantha?
That's how I hold my mouse.
Let me open your shirt.
Maybe my mouse is too big, but someone clip take it out of context later. Hi, Samantha.
What mouse is that? Is that a G502 Euro? I think. Or what is that? Oh, that's a Razer mouse actually.
Yeah, that's a Razer one.
Mine
I got it for a gift.
I have a Viper
So
Pro.
I guess my pinky's resting, but
I miss my Death Adder chat. The sensors on my old mouse are fucked.
I'm not judging.
I might just be a palm because my hand is wrapping around the entire.
Oh, that's palm. That's 100% palm. And mine wraps
Well,
around,
I mean,
but mine floats.
Because it's bigger than my hand, a little bit bigger.
What's up?
So I have to wrap it around.
See that chat?
I can't actually. There's no
This is how I grip
way I
my shit.
cannot wrap it around.
You see this chat? That's how I grip my shit.
I need to see it.
Oh. Like,
I love having headaches, migraines.
you see it?
Not yet. Okay.
Like, I'm not. My hand's floating, but like not that high. I'm gripping my shit, but like not.
Dude,
firm
your
like
mouse
that.
is small compared to your hand.
Is it? This is a new mouse.
Yeah.
It's a Viper.
My mouse is a bit bigger. Well, big compared to mine.
Oh, the match started. Stop saying it, bro. I'm literally describing it. I'm painting a picture in your head. Bro, I'm painting a picture in your head of me fucking gripping my shit, bro. It's a fucking mouse, bro. Stop being negative, chat. Grow up.
That's a bulky mouse? I suppose so.
Grow up, chat.
You'll see what I mean.
You guys are so childish. I'm supposed to be the youngest here. Y'all supposed to be the adults.
Am I playing? Oh, I should lock in. I was like, gosh darn it. Oh. Rocket, get out of there.
This fucking Spider-Man won't leave me alone. Is that another Scarlet? Oh, brother. Oh, good thing I'm not on tank.
Jiggly, you okay?
Let's not corrupt wholesome if you were to do your minds. Yeah, thank you. Family friendly streamer. I'm a family friendly streamer, chat.
Don't defend him, Death. Do not defend him.
What is that supposed to? What have I ever done that's like not like, bro? What? Why'd you clip that, bro? There's nothing to clip.
This
there.
is what you had done. This is what you had done.
Wait, what'd I do? That? Bro, there's context. I'm holding a literal mouse.
Y'all are so funny.
You gotta black out the context. What the fuck? You're my mod. Whose team are you on? You on the verge of TOS sometimes. What? Like when? You weren't supposed to see that. What the fuck?
It's the best mouse. Death, can you text that to me?
Super Light 2? Oh, Logitech Pro. Yeah, I had one of those before. The mouse is good too. But I think you need a keyboard. I think your keyboard is just too small. I think before you do mouse, you do keyboard.
Oh yeah, definitely. My mouse is actually pretty good right now.
Def, she she can't reach anything on her keyboard. Like the most she can reach is like ER, anything past ER or like on the left
Anyone
side
use
is
Cyberpower PC? That's my keyboard.
Cyberpower. I don't think I have anything Cyberpower. Why can't she reach anything? Dude,
Why
do you know how
like
tall
that?
she is? It's like 4'11". Her hands are tiny as shit. Bro, can you lock in a lot?
What?
Lock in. Anyways.
What are you talking about?
Lock in.
I am
Anyways, she can't reach shit because her fucking hands are tiny. Her hands are like Tyrion Lannister.
Epo Maker?
What?
Tyrion Lannister?
Yeah. That's you. It's just like you. But people love Tyrion. There's nothing wrong with him being short.
Tyrion hands.
Yeah.
30 seconds before
Thought she was 6'6". You wanted to cut that in half. Oh, come on. You wanted to cut that in half. Shots? It's not a shot.
Oh, these are pretty small keyboards.
Victory is in my sight.
Just make sure you check the percent. I think you should get like, well, that's what I'm saying. You should go to Best Buy and try it. But
Oh my god, they cost that much. I don't remember how much this keyboard costs.
I think,
Actually, I think
anything
I
under
already have
80,
this.
anything under 80%. I think 100 is too big for you.
If God wants to give me his blessing, I ain't gonna complain.
A smooth 2.5.
Well, high boosted. Even they have a flyer.
Okay, you're sitting down right now, right?
Yeah.
Do your feet touch the ground?
I'm crisscross applesauce right now.
When you sit down, do your feet touch the ground though?
No.
The fact that she took her a while to answer that, I already knew the answer. I already knew the answer. No.
Oh my god, I keep thinking I'm playing Bucky.
Her feet hasn't touched the ground in years, bro. The only time her feet touch the ground is when she's not sitting down, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Wait, I'm not supposed to be playing this character on this account. I couldn't resist though. This character is just too fun, Jam. I'm sorry. Sack Daddy. The fuck? Freak ass name.
Not true, Def. Not true. That's also not true, either.
The shorter are more corrupt. That is true. Hold on, that is true. There's this one kid in my school that was crazy bad. That dude was evil. Like, I consider myself evil, but that dude was crazy. You got to high school, that dude's arrested.
What?
Yeah, beat on those dads that just got back from work. What the fuck? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. That's crazy. No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, you would.
What's that supposed to mean? Only person that like I would like actually like piss off that just got back from work is like probably you. That's because you deserve it though.
What?
All the
I do not
trolling you
deserve
do.
that.
All the trolling you do. You definitely deserve it. I'm a dad. What the? Me? Me a dad is crazy. Nice ult. Yeah, I think you have 2 DPSs that you're actually like really good with now. Your Elsa, you just gotta fix your ults. And your Bucky.
Which DPS am I close to getting, Lord?
That's probably Phoenix. You played a Phoenix a lot, man.
I don't actually play Phoenix that much. I don't think.
When she came out, you did a lot of quick play with her. I don't know if you remember.
Oh, not really. I don't remember. Oh, you know what? Flame Dude has his ult. He hasn't used it.
Flame Dude. It's almost a year now, chat, and she's still calling him Flame Dude. Oh, man. If that was my superhero name, and my friend kept calling me that, that'd be so fucking sad. I finally thought of my superhero name just for my friends to call me Flame Boy. That'd be so sad.
I keep thinking I'm playing Bucky, but I'm not.
How the fuck I get over here?
Fuck, that rocket was one.
I'm trying to get up there and touch, but yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, I know. Same. I don't blame you. I'm about to die too on site. I'm dead. Oh man. Just call him hot guy. Hot guy. What if she doesn't think he's hot though? You think Torch is hot?
If Conchu wants to give me his blessing, I ain't gonna complain.
Lie. Say no.
I don't know. I didn't really think about that.
Do you even know what he looks like outside of his flame form?
Yeah, the movies, yeah.
Before you attack, get ready.
He looks fine to me.
Nobody likes him. Why does nobody like Torch?
He doesn't look ugly, but he doesn't look
It's Torch. Looks good.
Just looks like Human Torch.
Oh my god, that's the first time I've ever called him Human Torch. You finally said his actual name. That's crazy.
Called him mid. Okay, I feel like mid's not the right word. Like, they look fine to me.
She finally said it. It only took her a year plus. Or almost a year.
Stop laughing.
You're laughing too. Only time she said his name was a diss? Damn. That's fucked up. Yo, I'm getting shredded. Pull it back, pull it back, pull it back.
I pulled it, no?
It died. They rocket ulted. That shit died too fast.
Okay, I'm gonna switch because I think that Punisher's just destroying it.
I mean, it was mainly because they rocket ulted. It wasn't really like anything you can do about that. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, they have a rocket. I should be playing Phoenix.
You're right. So Dev, how long did you sleep for after that 24? I saw what you tweeted today. You said you're never doing a 24 again or something. 13? Nah, that sounds about right. Yeah, you needed that.
What the fuck? You didn't die?
Killed Torch. Or not Torch, Punisher.
Oh, I hate this angle.
Damn, it was so low. Combustion boy? Combustion man? Who's Combustion man? I forgot who that is. That's someone in a game or anime, I think. That's my hero, right, chat? I think. Oh, that's Avatar, yeah. Sparky, Sparky, Boom Man.
I genuinely hate this map so much.
I hate it as well. If you don't have mobility, it's kind of hard. Just you gotta keep going up and down the platforms. Holding angles is kind of weird. Kite that, fall by, just fall by, get on site.
Oh, I don't even need to ult that. What kind of ult is that?
Auto the desperate man. I just killed. Oh my god, I just killed everybody. Wait, I'm 1v1ing this guy. Hold on.
Oh. Damn.
Easy. That's 6. That's 6. Let's go. Oh, so Elfie now. That's a 1v6, chats. I low-key use my team as bait, but it's fine. I'll get the Rigby.
Oh, I should have said that for next match.
Round. But yeah, like I said, I think you finally have 2 DPS characters that you're really solid at playing now. Elsa and Bucky.
Somewhat.
Yeah, Elsa, well, with both of them. Mainly Elsa, you need to work on your ults though. That's the same problem I had. My Elsa, my ults were, but it's hard though because they be shooting the hell out of that ult. You don't want to get too close, but you kind of have to get close to literally barrel stuff someone so they can't shoot it.
Get ready.
You're not the only one who can disappear from sight, lady.
Oh, really? You
Bucky is just tricky. I don't know. You know, like
Cedric Diggory? What are we talking about?
what was that? Harry Potter actor?
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Oh, I remember that kid.
2, 1. All you need to do.
That guy died. That guy died, didn't he? I remember that guy. He died during like the tournament or something like that. Didn't he like? I don't remember what he did. Somebody smoked him though. I don't remember what happened.
That's not where I wanted to be.
I forgot how the story went. He went through a portal? He did something. I just don't remember. Voldemort. I like Harry Potter. I'm like the writer, but Harry Potter is good. That guy's so low. Oh, I'm dead. YouTube shows is no more. Yeah, I fixed it. Well, they added a feature, but you know what I mean.
don't
What?
never mind. So I don't want rocket ult to be used yet until I have my ult, but he's probably gonna have it soon.
Keep down out using my right click.
Countered so hard, man.
Yo, can we not play Penny into this? Into Punisher and Thing and Star-Lord just lighting you up. Can't take space. I can't take space alone as a hood. I'm gonna just shoot the hole, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, it wasn't necessary, but whatever. This cringe bag. They increased the Rex on YouTube for monetization. 20 million? Damn.
I'm back.
Our Penny is just selling. I don't know why. Probably mad at someone.
Oh, who's she mad at?
I got my ult.
We got a touch now.
Nah, well, never mind.
Nah, it's game GG's. I don't know what she was mad at. She didn't want to switch off Penny. She died 10 times because she just kept playing Penny and the Punisher.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
That's all good. Be like that. 1 to 10 worth using. Yeah, it's good. They're both good.
Right. That was my last game.
Sounds good. GG's, bro.
Thank you. Thanks
GG's.
for the game.
Anytime.
I'm more comfortable using Elsa now.
Yeah,
if I can't use like Bucky or anyone.
That's good. Made you learn something today. You improve. That's all that matters. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stay on. So.
Was that a laugh yawn?
Yeah, something like that.
That sounded. That sounds so evil.
You're the evil one, not me.
Me.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay on, so I'll catch you later. See
Right.
ya. Have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Okay, no,
Good
you're
night,
good,
Elias
Wallow.
chat.
I'll be on tomorrow.
Sheesh. Fucking ears ring. Hold on. Ah. Wait, did she send them to me? Oh, fuck. Give me a second. Yo, appreciate everybody coming from Elias. Hope you guys have a good night if you guys have to head out. But, yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna do now. I might just play Tokon, I guess. Because I need to flag some stuff. I might just do that. But I appreciate you guys coming from Elias. Customs? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Ever seen this emote? Oh, that was my reaction to the Blade reveal on Tokon. The video from the second channel. That was a pretty funny video. But yeah, if you're going from Elias, I appreciate the raid. I think we can play Tokon. I think Wani or Sage wanted to play Rivals. I don't remember what happened. Someone wanted to do something. I just don't remember. I don't. Katabuneri. What do you mean Katabuneri? What was that supposed to mean? But yeah. Appreciate the raid a lot. Have a good night. Treat yourself to something nice. Stop eating vegetables. Get you some sweets and meat or something. Something nice. Damn jerky or something. I don't know. Whoa. Here we go. Lucario. Oh, it's more for the second channel. Where's the live? She just ended. What do you mean, where is she? She just ended. Okay. Now you're so fucked. Ugh. What do I do now? Why keep yawning? Ow, that hurt. Okay, Sage M told me that Sonic Fox has the blade shit. He says Sonic Fox has the blade shit with meet and auto combo. You actually look, this looks better because you side swap with the 214H. 214H. You know, I'll come in at T2H. It's meet in the corner. Okay. What is this clip? Crazy amounts of meat. Oh my fucking god, that's out of context, bro. Bro, son. That clip is not what you think it is, bro. You guys can clip me out of context all you want, but that won't change the fact that some of y'all will be sacked. No, I'm joking. This damn Tokon, bro. Why'd you say this shit, bro? That clip's out of context, bro. They clip me out of context all the time. They're trying to get back at me for what I did the other day. I ain't even do anything that bad. They're just angry. Angry individuals. Oh, I'm waiting for my Tokon to open. I don't know what I want to do, but I think I might just play Tokon, yeah. Okay, where do I find this shit at? I gotta go to Sonic Fox's Twitch.
Tokon, fighting souls.
On the damn VOD. Found it. I don't know what timestamp it is though. I still can't believe how this port is, bro. Are any of you guys able to play the game now that weren't able to play it, or is it running better for any of you guys? The tweets I'm seeing is that people saying is alright. No? Damn. Damn.
Arcade and tutorial. Battle. Training.
I'm trying to find this I think I'm gonna have to just scroll the VOD, I think. Might be a VOD scroll angle. Should probably get some food too. I'm hungry as hell. Should get some food. VOD up. Damn, I really want to pick up Iron Man. I think I might pick up Iron Man, chat. But I might use him secondary. I like his beam assist a lot. Time to iron it up. What are we getting? The what? We is crazy. Chat, I feed you guys all the damn time. I give you guys long streams every day, even though I shouldn't be. I could easily quit streaming and go back to being only YouTube again, but instead I choose to sit here and stream for 10 million years. You guys get fed regardless. Not as long as death, bro. The streaming benefits you. How? You guys sit here and just bully me. Where's our random act of kindness? Excuse me? You make money off this? I make money off YouTube as well. What? I make more money from YouTube than I do from streaming. What's that supposed to mean? Talk across the rest of the stream. Who else said that?
I'm here. A wise decision. Okay then.
Who else said that? You don't deserve song requests. I told you guys want a song request. It's locked behind the daily sub goal now. Song request is locked behind the daily sub goal now. Fuck you. Overruled.
You have underestimated me. There's no escape. I'm here. Resist. Right on you.
Dictatorship. How is it a dictatorship?
I warned you. Back up. You cannot resist. I warned you. I'm here. I warned you. I've got this.
Overruled and no refund.
I'm here.
That sounds heat.
Systems compromised. There's no escape. I shall rain my righteous fury upon you. I applaud your efforts. Together we will overcome. Steel yourself. I'm coming. Steel yourself.
We don't mind 2 hours of song requests. And Midas is here.
There's no shrapnel spike. Shrapnel spike. There's no escape. Found you. Shrapnel spike. Shrapnel spike. Shrapnel spike. I've got this. You cannot resist when Magneto calls. Damage check.
It's gonna be so funny when Live plays this game. Oh man, that shit's gonna be hilarious.
Back
It would probably be easier for her to play 2x though. Because if we play 2x, I can help her at least. And since we can play duos. If she doesn't like this, then we can just try 2x. Isn't Taylor banned? Yes. Okay. Why does that kill the scaling so much though? Oh no, it doesn't. Never mind. Character is so sick, man. They cook with magic in this game. The portal shit is just so sick. Dark portal. Dark portal. Let's use magic. Iron Man. I don't know any combos with Iron Man though, but I'm gonna just play him there. Let's try this team out.
Really think you can win.
Oh, I need to do tier list, don't I? For rivals and for this game.
Damage check.
Magic versus magic. Why are they so the same color as mine?
I've got this. You need my
Oh, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Iron Man. Come on, Iron Man.
damage check. Obliterate. I gotcha.
Damn, the fireball is faster than the beam.
No need to pray.
It is power. It is Jolene in power, yeah. He rage quit? I was just freestyling and he rage quit. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. If I was rage quitting on casuals for what?
Now for today's main event. is magic. Starting all cool and composed. Here we
I'm on PC. Yeah, I'm on PC.
in the opposite corner, the leader, Iron Man. Give it up for Genius Avengers. Tensions are on the rise.
Do you like new games? Yesterday I did. I haven't liked today on this new patch. What's the next combo I was gonna learn? Oh, the wall fire bullshit thingy. Yo, Punk left Fly Quest? That's crazy. I thought I would see the day. It's pretty crazy though. Next magic combo was
Moment of truth.
Q and match Y. What's up? Oh, it was the wall. Yeah, it was the wall fire thing. Heavy light.
Brace yourself.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, chat, I'm for his cousin. I don't have any cousins. I have no cousins. There is no cousins. There is no family. Las familias. Las familias. Oh shit. Wow, just kicked the shit out of me. Oops. Oh my god, I'm doing the wrong button. My fucking movement sucks with this character. I keep dashing into the air. My fucking movement with this character is ass. I don't know a single BNB with Iron Man either. That's crazy. All I play is Marvel games now. I'll probably do Kazan tonight. Oops. Oh, she pulled herself. That's pretty cool. I sold that. I don't know why I did that. Let's practice more magic. Wrong button. Sub right now? Be like that. Oh, mercy. I'm not gonna kill. I meant to do medium, but I did heavy on mistake. She said, unhand me. I'll show you these hands. I didn't mean to do auto combo. Whoops. I tried to do jab into heavy. weapons.
Winner, player one. Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
I've got this.
Oops. Oh, that's almost like to me. Oh, isn't it, how does it work? You're supposed to do special, unique, and then float at them, right? Yeah, something like that.
At any time.
You're supposed to do unique and float at them, if I remember correctly. Something like that. Oh. Damn. Okay, that didn't reach. I should have used the fireball assist, I think. I don't know what to fucking do on Iron Man. Bro. Oh, she brought it back. DCK. I'm not playing that garbage game. Dicko? Yeah, y'all got that. That's a whiff punish. Oops. Did I do it too early? I think I did, yeah. Man, she gets a wall spot from that. Her pull mechanic is so sick. Woo! The lightning loops. Tech rolled forward. I don't know how that didn't work. I definitely tech rolled forward. I don't know why my controller didn't respond to that. Isn't it button and direction to tech roll in this game? Or did I forget something? Dang, Elo, this isn't ranked. Oh. Ooh, air to air. Burn. How's the game feel after the update? I'm feeling pretty good. Oh my god, I gotta stop doing that. Ah. I was holding up still. I was trying to insta air dash, but I held up for too long. Can't do that. Oh man. I think you could just beam there. It would be meaty. I should probably try that. I think that's how you do the meaty Iron Man. Oh, what? I thought tech were behind her. Yo, my Iron Man just getting me killed. Do not play this character.
You're just
ready to go. Round three.
I had a single jab and you did cross the rest. Crazy. Yeah, something like that, right? What the fuck happened to my thing? I programmed her to do the thing where I switched to Magneto. That was kind of evil, I can't lie. Oh fuck, dude! I have got to stop doing that. It's messing me up so hard. Oh.
Not yet. All right. Gabi, who can win this? There's no escape. I warned you. Okay then. You have underestimated me. That was a critical and foolish error. And it shall be the last one you ever make. Shrapnel spike.
What? I jumped. Okay. Most sauces cap I've ever seen. There ain't no sauce. Go back fighting games are back in rotation. Nah, that cap had no sauce. Where's this magic combo? I'm messing something up.
Brace yourself. Round one.
Fuck. W. Wait, how do I do it? I did it wrong. There you go. Fucking hell.
Any time. I'm here. You need my help. Magic. Okay then. I'll save you.
What? That works. The Skull and Storm is so good. The fireball? I mean, the lightning thing?
Out of the way.
I ain't called assist. I could have sworn I called assist, but alright.
I'll stand by. Round three.
Oh, God damn it. Oh, she special canceled that so late. I tried to jab, I got frame trapped. Hmm. Oh. Bro, I'm behind her. Oh my god, switches in this game are so damn broken. Oh man. What? I DP'd. I got a fireball. What the fuck? How the fuck do you use the second part of this?
Isn't she just beautiful?
Oh, that's how. I think you just do it again. Well, I'm dead, aren't I? How much she sold? that's hilarious. Not sure how you sell that, but all right. What the fuck? Okay. What the fuck is happening? Okay. Oh fuck, I did crouch medium. Do you want to keep going or what?
Brace yourself.
You know Spider-Man in this game? He's good. I was supposed to be DP. Oh my god, I'm fucking playing like ass. Wow.
Excellent. Assemble.
I'll stand by.
Round 2. Fight.
Okay then.
A wise decision.
On it.
Impressive.
Nothing like a big weapon reveal. I got you.
KO.
Playing DBFZ, spamming beams.
Now. Round 3. Fight.
Oh, come on. Oh my god, she could just loop that. Bro, I tech roll. What the fuck is wrong with the tech roll in this game? Yo. Holy, I keep getting pieced up by Spideys in my matches. I rarely even fighting any Spideys. Wow, why did Blade not teleport? Uh-oh. Why did Blade not teleport? What the fuck was that? He threw the stick, but he didn't teleport. Shout out BP now.
Leave the rest to me.
Oh, he got frozen? Really? I didn't even see that part. Holy shit, that does insane damage. Nah, let's go fight someone else. Yeah, okay, all my scenes fixed for me, I think. It's kind of hard to tell, but I think it is. I'm still gonna get affected because getting a match. Others experience? That guy's a rage baiter. That guy's a rage baiter. Listen to I'm tripping, bruh. You about to pop out of nowhere. I'm tripping, bruh.
I'm here. Backup systems go. Okay then.
A wise decision.
This kid has actual mix. What's that new fully? No, paddle controller. I'm on controller. Leverless controller. I might like raise a Katsuna. Oh yeah, do medium.
I'm here. I've got this. I've got this.
This guy feels so good. But I have infinitely more fun living this character than I do with Blade, which is kind of sad.
I'm here. Okay then. I'm here.
Cause she has actual mix. Like Blade's mix is like, what is Blade shit? Blade shit is this. Hold on. Blade shit is this. Stuff like that.
I've got this. I've got this.
Stuff like that. They have to do cross up.
I'm here.
Stuff like that.
Okay then. I got here's my aim.
I don't know. It's like, it's just not. It's good, but I wish he had more. Is Shrapnel Spike plus? Oh shit, that shit is plus. What the fuck? You're plus 10 if you have metal out? Nice little cross up. Ah, Shrapnel Spike. Let's play ranked. Yeah, fix the team. Shrapnel Spike.
Magic.
But Loki or Magneto? I mean, not Loki. Loki or Iron Man?
Loki.
Let's go back to Loki. I think I really want to learn Iron Man though, but I want to play Iron Man second though. Is the thing about learning Iron Man? I want to put Iron Man second. Oh, I hate beam assist. Because beam assist can just clear the entire floor of this map. This is really good.
Ms. Marvel.
Oops, I'm gonna press Ms. Marvel. Where the fuck did he go?
Iron Man.
I think I might have to lab him next stream. Let me finish running these magic combos. What are some of the flame pillar ones now?
Moment of truth.
It's tricky because you have to sweep them off their feet if you want 2 and 4 M to connect on magic. Yeah, you have to sweep them off their feet. If you don't, it won't connect. This won't be a true combo. So it's kind of tricky.
Out of the way.
No mercy. Worry not.
Nice, I got my stage transition too.
You may call for me.
Round 2.
That hit? You're crazy. Why did that drop?
Here's my aim.
Oops.
A wise decision.
Oops.
I'm here. You're welcome.
Round 3.
Here's my aim.
Oh my.
Doom stands beside me.
Should have done that.
My help. Magic.
I'm dead. I forgot you could do this. I don't know why, I just always forget you can do this. That doesn't work. Darkness is my domain.
Okay then. I will deal with this.
Fuck, I tried to cross him up. Okay, not bad. Dazzler's Disco Show. What? Dude, 2 H's are way too big in this game. Maybe Magic should keep that because she has a big sword, but like, brother, what the fuck was that?
You need my help. Magic. At any time.
Fuck. Hit the hurt box on my sword.
I'm here. You're welcome.
Round 2. I will fight on.
I'm here.
I will deal with this.
A wise decision.
Oh, I'm playing like ass. Gotta stop doing that. I've done that like 5 times in a row now. Why Dr. Juma high key look like Kuma there? Bro.
I've got stable.
Here's my aim. A wise
I'm happy they fixed the stake shit. Oh my god, that shit is so nice. Guys, you happy birthday combos with Blade. I knew that shit was a bug. Like, there's no way this is intentional, right?
Here's my aim. You need my
That's the wrong time.
You need my help. Magic.
Okay then.
You need my help. Here's my aim.
Receive my assistance.
I shall rain my righteous fury upon you.
I'm dead. He's gonna switch. Play ass.
Winner, player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1.
Worry not.
Fuck, I gotta stop doing air gun. Bad habit. Hope they add a Kuma to this game. Why do you want a Kuma in this game so badly?
Magic.
You may call.
Here's my aim.
Oh, this fucking... That... the sis ate my steak.
You need my help. A wise decision.
Damn, she could reach.
You need my Here's my aim. Iron Round.
MVP and room.
Nice. Okay. Yo, Solar, thanks for the 230.
I'm here. I will deal with this. Very well. Over here.
Here's my aim. You have nowhere left.
Oh. Combo ran out. Why do I keep mashing?
Be grateful to do.
No, this is gonna hurt. Oh god. Fucking assemble.
Continue the fire.
Oh god, I killed. Holy shit. Okay, assemble super does insane damage. That shit is bonkers.
Here's my aim.
What's a lie be?
Backup system. I've got this.
I will deal with
You need my help. Magic.
Damn, she can reach that. Holy.
this. Doom stands beside you.
Here's my aim.
Final round.
You need my aim.
Be grateful to do. Leave it to me.
Damn, I keep countering, but it's not.
I will deal with this.
Here's my aim. Withstand this.
Roger that. Light him up. Light him up. Fire.
Here's my aim.
All right. Here you go. Nothing like a big weapon reveal.
Nice.
Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist.
Winner. Player one.
That was a very sloppy match on my end. Very, very sloppy, but whatever. Whatever. King Kong.
You need my help. Magic.
That was me. GG's. GG's. What the? Oh, I forgot. There's one spot. Sugoi Tricksters. What in the what? Next year we can try out Carnage.
Okay then.
At any time.
I was supposed to try out Carnage the other day, but the fuck am I looking at? Whoops.
I am ready. This is
I'm here.
Here's my aim.
Use levelless? Yeah, I'm using my Razor Katuna right now.
I've got this.
You need my help.
Okay then. I've got this.
Round 3.
Did I use it when I played Akuma? Yeah.
Here's my aim.
Okay then.
It's over.
I think it was overkill. Definitely was overkill because I still have meter. I could have took it to the next round. Oh, whoops. No, you dropped the combo and got a reset. Wait, carrying this game at the moment? That's probably magic. Oh, fuck. What's up, Shadow? Instant follow. Oh, that Carnage assist fucking pulled me. Look how good that assist is. I need a...
Just like my pet.
You need my help.
I've got this.
Out of the way.
Okay then. I'm here.
Wise decision. Is a ruse.
yeah, I just mashed this button. I'm not gonna lie to you. Whatever. I was gonna say I need to... I'll say that after the match.
I'm here. Okay then.
Damn, that reached. It's fucking crazy.
I'm here.
At any time.
Oh, damn. Air throw?
MVP en route.
Round 2.
I'm here.
I forgot they nerfed that assist. That shit goes downwards now. Shit is not as good as it used to be. I'm pretty sure that Iron Man assist used to go like forward.
I've got this.
You need my help. Magic.
Bro, I'm pressing a crossover button and it doesn't fucking work. It's quite frustrating.
Excellent. Round 3.
Does this work? Oh, that does work. Second slash of medium DP. I mean medium thingy. Oh, really?
I'm here. Okay then.
A good corner carry. Oh, that's meaty. How's peace performance? It's much better. It's still fucked for some people. Some people can't play the game still. That's so annoying.
I'm here.
Here's my aim. I summon your torpedo.
Oops.
I've got this.
Oops.
Winner. Player 2.
You call it 7? Wait, what? Did he leave? Or is that me that left? Wait, what? I literally just mashed it while looking at my other monitor, so I don't know what the fuck happened. I think he left. No way, he left. Did I just hold on and wait until Avatar has ranked? That's up to you. I would say just get this game. Wait, have you tried this game on your PC? Because your PC might be able to handle it. Might.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
It's him again.
I await your call. I await your call.
Me and him are like the only ones playing the game.
Okay then.
Life has a certain
MVP en route.
Champion transfers for a real match. That's good, no? I'm telling you, like, no one wants to fight that character being good. Like, he should be bad, bro. I don't want to fight that character.
Okay then. I'm here.
A wise decision. I'm with you.
Oops.
Round 3.
I'm here.
Here's my aim. Like a strike from mountain.
I've got this.
That works. That was bad meter though.
I've got this.
A wise decision. Here we go. Gotcha. You need my help. Incredible.
I've got this.
Ah.
Okay then.
Here's my aim. How still? That blasphemous lift may be a threat, but you, little vampire, are not.
That hurts.
I've got this.
On your knees.
Oh, what? I pressed medium while falling. It didn't come out. I jumped back and I pressed medium while falling and that shit didn't come out. It's not good.
Brace yourself. Round 1.
That's like not the right input, obviously. I wanted DP.
I'm here. I've got this.
At any time.
Round 2.
Bro. Getting the wrong inputs is so frustrating.
I am ready. On your knees.
Oh, wow.
Out of the way. A wise decision.
Oh, fuck. Well, you grabbed me.
Iron Man online.
Round 3.
Bro, why is my crossover attack never coming out?
I've got this.
I jabbed. Oh, that's why I said counter hit.
A wise decision. Are you beyond
Okay then. Okay then. I'm here.
Damn, that corner carry is insane. That corner carry is insane. Oh, fuck, whoops.
Okay then.
You need my help.
It's gonna be long as hell. Bro, it never comes out.
I'm here.
The omens are cruel. What's next?
I'm dead.
I'm here.
That's so sad. My assistant come up.
Winner, player one. We've got a hot.
Come out.
A wise decision.
Moment of truth.
I'm here.
Yeah, that chakram thing is so buns, bro. I gotta just do this more.
You need my
Like, do this more and tag out.
Moment of truth.
here's my aid.
I do that more.
Not enough. Not enough.
You need my help. Magic. Metallic
Okay then.
Not enough. Metallic might. Metallic might. Not enough. Steel yourself. Steel yourself.
Not enough.
I am right. Found where might.
Not enough.
Here's my aid. A wise decision. Here's my aid.
Not enough.
Spacing on that's really good.
A wise decision.
Space on that is really, really good. Gotta do that more. I have not been using her flame pillar in neutral. And it's actually like really strong. It's actually really strong. I just been ignoring it.
Brace yourself.
Release all my presets? Yeah. Not a punish? I have no clue.
I've got this.
I am ready.
No mercy. Gotcha.
Oh, that was a cross up. That was sick. That was sick.
Sorry for the wait.
Round two.
I've got this.
No mercy.
I'm here. You're welcome. I'm here.
Together now, Ghost Striker. I've got a fire in me. Listen to me.
And that's gonna do a lot of damage. Bro, that did how much? 60 something? Yeah, it did. Holy shit.
That big round 3.
I think I did it too slow. Or maybe it was too far. Oh, I keep messing it up. I'm trying to do this the setup for the meaty thing. The media spinner thing. I may not risk it because I'm gonna end up losing if I keep going for it. If I keep going for it, I'm gonna end up losing.
Hey. Round 4. Get down.
Oh fuck! It catches the air. I'm like, smile for what? What are you saying? There's carnage, damn. Smile for happiness, bro. What are you saying? I don't know what you're talking about.
Brace yourself. Round 1.
Whoa, that was a cross up. Wow, brings good tidings. You're creepy. Oh shit. What? What? How was that a plus?
I'm here. Fire! I gotcha.
Block that mix up. Oh, that's not good. Oh my god, that should happy birthdays.
No way I'm. What a crushing disappointment.
Oh man.
I gotcha. Up you go.
No need to pray.
I'm here. Come on. All right.
I'm like ass. Holy shit. Am I tired?
Missile launch.
I jab, damn it. I think grabs are faster than jabs in this game. I haven't checked the frame data though. I do need to check the frame data on that. Because every time I jab, it whiffs. Against grab. How fast is throws in this game?
Now for today's main
Game small. Dude, you are creeping me out. Let me see. Let me see how fast these are. Five? They are one frame faster. Oh my god. That's good to know. So grabs are the fastest shit in this game. They're faster than jabs. Just get a happiness. Son, I have no clue what you're talking about.
Wise decision.
Moment of truth. Our next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion tournament is led by Blade. This team's got some serious power. Enter Nocturnal Exiles! Led by...
Just left for a bit. Well, the opponent has at least bullshit on me.
At any time.
Iron Man online.
What? Why that drop? I don't get it.
Worry not. Found Iron Rat. Controls all.
I will grace you with my presence.
Round 2.
I'm here. Okay then.
This is my power.
Fuck, I forgot to do the thing with Magneto.
I've got this.
Receive my assistance. At any time. Magic.
Oh, so is our shit. Theme is this? Ghost Riders. Fuck.
Round 3.
I'm here.
Receive my assistance. Here's my aim.
Oh, man.
Okay then.
Be grateful to you. A wise decision.
Oh, man.
Here's my aim. Found you. I warned you.
I'm here.
Here's my aim. Leave it to me. Here's my aim.
I gotta check my bind for Perfect Reflect. I don't think it's working.
Okay then.
This shit is not working.
I'm here. I've got this.
Doom stands beside you.
I've got this.
Winner, Player 1. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight!
I'm here.
Take this.
Oh, that's the wrong button. What the fuck? That doesn't work with that combo.
Okay then. Excellent. I would grace you with my presence. Round 2.
What is Magneto's command and grab input again? I forgot it.
I've got this.
Fuck. DP? It is a DP. I program. Oh fuck! I didn't program Magneto before I switched. I programmed him to throw a fireball, but he didn't do it.
Iron Man online.
Round 3.
Whoa.
Wise decision.
Yeah, that shit don't work. I gotta fix my buttons after this. My button to counter crossover to do perfect reflect, it's not working. I feel like it's not binded. See, that shit does not work. What? Odd.
Here's my aim. Worry not.
That's the wrong button.
I'm here. Wise decision stands beside me. Okay then. You need my help. I'm here.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Here's my aim.
Excuse me. I've got.
Fuck.
Final round.
That's not it. Oh, that was a mix-up. What? Call my assistant and come out. Oh, that's awkward.
I'm here. I will deal with this. You need my help. Magic. I'm here.
Very well. Over here.
Here's my aim. Here's my aim.
That was the wrong button with Magneto. Oops. I keep pressing the wrong button. I didn't mean to dash up.
I will go.
I meant to do this, but I dashed up on mistake. Check vines, yeah. Yeah, I can't count a single perfect reflect. Like the only way I can do it right now is like the manual, but I need to. I might just unbind the special button and the skill button. I don't think I need it. I'm gonna just. What is it? Is it quick assemble or is it light and? I think it's light and A. I don't remember which button it is to counter perfect reflect. Pretty sure it's quick assemble, right? Or it might be light plus assemble. It's probably light plus assemble. How do I test this? I need him to do the. How do I set the CPU to do the reflect? Let's see. Crossover reflect. Not doing it. Toggle with the training dummy performing crossover reflect. Okay, well he's not doing it. So do I have to manually make him do it? Or are you dead ass? That's pretty boo boo.
Has fear consumed you? Here!
There we go. Okay, no, well now I can do it.
Moment of truth.
Oh wait, I might have been just doing the wrong inputs. Okay, I was doing the wrong inputs. I can rebind it. It is light plus A. I was doing light plus heavy. I was like, why the fuck is this shit not coming out? A little higher justice. What's up, Justice? How you doing? Appreciate the raid, man. Sheesh. Oh man. I feel so tired today. I don't know why. I mean, I did double upload, but one of those I edited yesterday already.
We've got a high profile.
So I shouldn't be that tired. Use Quicksilver for a super. I only use Quicksilver for the alt. That's it. I don't like doing half circle back forward. There's literally like no reason why this game should have that input. Other than they want to make it like the other one. Because every other input in the game is quarter circles. Just for some odd reason, they just decided to do for the level 3 half circle back forward. I have no clue why that's... there's literally no reason for that to be in the game. Well, I blocked. That input is so like every single input in the game is half circle back forward. I mean quarter circles. And for some odd reason they decided to make it so that They decided to make that input in the game. Like I can't think of a single reason why that's there other than like they wanted to be like Strive, I guess. I don't know. That's not good. What? Wow. I 2H'd.
I'm here. You're welcome.
Here's my aim.
I should have done heavy into that. Whoops. It really is a magic every single match. Oh, fuck. Why is that not working? Not sold. I should have supered him. What did that?
Here's my aim. Okay then.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. That did 77k. Holy cow. That did so much damage, bro. Bro, why can she move after doing that? I don't get it. If she whiffs that, she should be getting punished. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't get why she can move after doing that. If she whiffs it, like it's like, I don't know. Oh, I'm dead. Wow. Oh well. It's what the Punisher. Lost is safe or lost. Yeah, see, like she just whiffs DP and I can't do shit about it. She shouldn't be able to jump again after doing it. Like she's literally just whiffing DP in the air and she's able to move again. Like I run up thinking I can punish it and I get smacked. It's like, I don't know. Ah. What's up, Bloody Zola?
There's no escape. I am your master now.
MVP en route.
Oh wow, I did the wrong fireball. Oh my god, I gotta stop jumping.
I've got this.
You need my help, magic. Ineffective.
Ooh, what is that lag? Oh, that didn't reach. Are you serious?
I'm here.
Here's my aid.
I guess it's my turn now.
Damn. Fireball just frame traps me. She has one of the best fireballs in the game. It's just crazy.
Backup systems go. I got you. Okay then. How's this? I've been done. To show this off.
Oh man.
Winner, player 2. We've got a high-profile match.
I need to take Iron Man off the team because I don't know how to play this character. I gotta put what's his name back in, Loki back in. I like his beam though, man. Hold on. So I'm not getting any value out of Loki. I mean, not Loki. Iron Man.
Loki.
Let me change the order.
Loki.
There you go. I gotta go through so much steps just to change the fucking bot settings. I gotta go through like 3 menus just to change FN plus B. Do I have an FN button on my controller? I don't think I do. Shit. What is my FN button? Via vital control settings. Oh, I don't have it binded. Then we clear this. We set it to this. That counter hit, that. Loading states. Oh, they got those in this game. Matching settings. Switch basic block setting. Oh, it doesn't tell me which one I switched it to though. It doesn't tell you which one you switched it to though, is the problem. There's more than two, right? I guess there's not more than two.
Yeah, hey, take your time. I'm just catching up on some emails.
Moment of truth.
Counter it setting. Okay, that's how you do that. What does this bind set to? It's block. Oh, this is the Q thing. Okay. Okay, that's good to have binded, I guess.
Here's my aid.
Okay then.
There you
We can throw that, right?
You need my help.
Backup systems go. Damage check.
There you go. First one. Over here. Moment of truth.
You need my help.
Throw the stake and I gotta reload the stakes. Or so is a banned for you? Yikes.
We've got a high-profile match coming up.
We got a high profile match coming up. Yeah, I probably won't do Kazan today. I don't know why, but I'm really tired.
Brace yourself.
The fuck type of Doom color is this? Yeah, I just feel like chilling tonight. That works.
At any time. Wise decision.
Oops. Whoa. Oh wow, he teleported on me. That's a sick color, you? I don't think that color looks that good. Oh fuck. Oh, what was that leg? Oh, come on, man. That leg was crazy.
Leave this to me.
What type of Deadpool skin is that?
I'm with you.
Stay still. Excellent.
Yeah, I don't know what that Deadpool still is. Looks pretty funny though. Oh wow. Wait, what? I did the wrong character. I went to switch to Blade, but I switched to Magneto. I can't see shit, bro. There's just a bunch of fucking junk all over my screen. Bro, he's just okay. Bro, he's just fucking spamming the assist button, lagging the fuck out of my game. I mean, not lagging my game, cluttering my fucking game up. I can't see shit. I do hate the fact that I do kind of hate the fact that it's 4v4 because people could just spam the assist button like crazy and then you just clutter up your screen. What? Oh, I did the wrong button. Awesome button.
Stay still.
At any time.
Round 2.
Oh fuck.
Here's my aim.
No prisoner. I'm a samurai, asshole.
You need my help.
Odd. What? That was weird.
Here's my aim.
I gotta stop doing that.
Let me teach you regret. We'll get away with this.
That works.
Worry
Oh my god, he just presses every assist. That's what I'm saying. He just be cluttering on my screen like crazy. I can't see shit, bro. Holy. I don't think he's gonna kill me because he's not using command inputs. Yeah, he's not using command inputs, so it didn't kill me. Oh fuck.
Excellent. Winner, player 2.
Okay, I'll do 1 or 2 more. I'm tired as fuck. I don't know why. But they can't wait. Do against you in Rivals. Me in Rivals. I don't think you're gonna get me. I don't know how to play Spider-Man. I'll probably try Spider-Man next stream or something. Wait, chat voted on Carnage though. GG's, dude. Oh, should mix up this queue. Oh, I didn't start the thing up. I'll do 1 more and I'm out of here. I'm fucking tired. I don't know why I'm so tired. I'm sleepy as shit, I guess. Probably because I double uploaded today, but one of the videos I uploaded are edited last night before I slept. Then I edited another one when I woke up, so.
We've got a high.
Soccer Luigi.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
At any time.
We went low. Oh, this just made a plus. I went low. Okay, I can't do that against Spider-Man. He's too fast. A Deadpool? Yeah, he does. I think it's plus. I want to say it's plus. Okay, I tried to punish Parasite Fang. It was too. Oh, what the fuck? It was too, what was it? Too fast, I guess.
You need my help. Let's have action. You need my help.
Why did that drop? Wait, what? I don't know why that dropped. I don't know why that dropped, but all right, bro. Oh, should have done that. Oh, that pulls me from that far down. I don't know what the mid screen is with this character.
Let me tell you a secret. I have always wanted to be a hero. Now I am fighting for it. Perhaps I went a bit too far.
That beats that. Okay, well that's cool. That web just goes straight through the ice wall. Yeah. I know that goes straight through the ice wall. That almost killed me. Oh fuck, I gotta stop mashing. Do you want to have the Hulk so much? I think I have it, but I don't have it equipped, so I wouldn't be able to show you right now. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have it right there. That's not good. I am so tired. I keep fucking messing up my shit. Like I have him one shot and I just drop the combo or something. Alright, crouch blocked. What? You can't tech roll and crouch block? Big out up backside and block. Oh, that was weird. Oh, I'm dead.
I fight for mutant kind.
I tried it. Put the sword down. Alright, I'm out of here. I'm too fucking tired, bro. I don't know why I'm so tired, but it's maybe because I'm sore. I'm working out, I don't know. I am way too tired. Yo, Charlie, thanks for the gifted. I appreciate it, dude. I'm way too tired. Alright, I'm heading out. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. I don't know why I'm so tired today, but I'm extremely tired, so I'm gonna head out. Also, I need to, when I get back on, I need to find that blade setup thingy that I was told to get. So I'm gonna do that. I don't know why I'm so tired today, but I'm gonna end early. I do want to play Kazan, but like, I can tell I'm playing like ass because I'm so tired. So I'm gonna go like chill out or something, and I'll catch you guys later. Where can I send you guys to? I keep literally yawning and I'm playing like shit. Easy? Mark is on or something? Let's see you guys to R. She rated me and I haven't rated her back yet. Because usually I don't. What the fuck is she doing? What is this? Ugh. What? What is she doing? She's watching.
Hey, I don't blame Maleficent.
Movie trailers for Maleficent? Whatever. Anyways, you guys can go say hi to our. I'm out of here. I'm way too fucking tired. So I'm gonna call it for today and come back tomorrow. I'm gonna go for. I wanna go for Vibranium ring tomorrow, but I gotta lab some shit. Because I can tell those days I took off to play Rivals, I'm falling behind. So I gotta lab some shit next stream for sure. Anyway, say hi to Art. I will catch you guys later. I appreciate you guys popping up for the stream. And is there anything else you need to say? Not that I can remember. I don't know. I'll catch you guys later. See ya.